The name by which he was commonly styled is Hermes Trismegistus. For example, Mercurius Termaximus, or the thrice greatest intelligencer. And well might be he called Hermes, for he was the first intelligencer in the world, as we read of, that communicated knowledge to the sons of men, by writing or engraving. He was called Ter Maximus, for some reasons, which I shall afterwards mention. Number 2. His learning will appear as by his works, so by the right understanding the reason of his name. Number 3. For his country, he was the king of Egypt. Number 4. For his time, it is not without much controversy betwixt those that write of this divine ancient author, what time he lived in. Some say he lived after Moses' time, giving his slender reason for it, vis-a-vis, because he was named Ter Maximus, for being preferred Franciscus Flussus, according to the Egyptian customs, being chief philosopher, to be chief of the priesthood, and from thence to be chief in government or king. But if this all be their ground, you must excuse my dissent from them, and that for this reason, because according to the most learned of his followers, he was called Ter Maximus, for having perfect and exact knowledge of all things contained in the world, which things he divided into 3 kingdoms, as he calls them, vis-a-vis mineral, vegetable, animal, which 3 he did excel in the right understanding of. Also because he attained to and transmitted to posterity, although in an enigmatical and obscure style, the knowledge of the quintessence of the whole universe, which universe, as I said before, he divided into 3 parts, otherwise called the great elixir of the philosophers, which is the receptacle of all celestial and terrestrial virtues, which secret many ignorantly deny. Many have chargeably sought after, yet few, but some, yea, and the Englishmen have happily found. The description of this great treasure is said to be found engraved upon a smaragdine table in the valley of Ebron after the flood, so that the reason before alleged to prove this author to live after Moses seem invalid. Neither doth it any way appear that he lived in Moses' time, although it be the opinion of some, as of John Functius, who saith in his chronology, that he lived 21 years before the law was given by Moses in the wilderness. But the reasons that he and others give are far weaker than those that I shall give for his living before Moses' time. My reasons for that are these. First, because it is received among the ancients that he was the first that invented the art of communicating knowledge to the world by writing or engraving. Now if so, then all probability he was before Moses, for it is said of Moses that he was from his childhood skilled in all the Egyptian learning, which could not well have been without the help of literature, which we never read of any before that invented by Hermes. Secondly, he is said by himself to be the son of Saturn, and by others to be the scribe of Saturn. Now Saturn, according to historians, lived in the time of Serug, Abraham's great-grandfather. I shall but take in Sudas his judgment, and so rest satisfied that he did not live only before, but long before Moses. In this book, though so very old, is contained more true knowledge of God and nature than in all the books in the world besides, except only sacred writ. And they that shall judiciously read it, and rightly understand it, may well be excused from reading many books, the authors of which pretend so much to the knowledge of the Creator and creation. If God ever appeared in any man, he appeared in him, as it appears by this book. That a man who had not the benefit of his ancestors' knowledge, being, as I said before, the first inventor of the art of communicating knowledge to posterity by writing, should be so high a divine and so deep a philosopher, seems to be a thing more of God than of man, and therefore it was the opinion of some that he came from heaven, not born upon earth. There is contained in this book that true philosophy, without which it is impossible ever to attain to the height and exactness of piety and religion. According to this philosophy, I call him a philosopher, that shall learn and study the things that are, and how they are ordered and governed, and by whom, and for what cause, or to what end. And he that doth so will acknowledge thanks to, and admire the omnipotent Creator, preserver and director of all things. And he that shall be thus truly thankful may truly be called pious and religious, and he that is religious shall more and more know where and what the truth is, and learning that, he shall yet be more and more religious. The glory and splendor of philosophy is in endeavoring to understand the chief good, as the fountain of all good. Now how can we come near to, or find out the fountain, but by making use of the streams as a conduct to it? The operations of nature are streams running from the fountain of good, which is God. I am not of the ignorant and foolish opinion of those that say the greatest philosophers are the greatest atheists, as if to know the works of God and to understand his goings forth in the way of nature must necessitate a man to deny God. The Job scripture disapproves of this as a sottish tenet, and experience contradicts it. For behold, here is the greatest philosopher, and therefore the greatest divine. Read understandingly this ensuing book, and for thy help thou mayest make use of that voluminous commentary written upon it. Then it will speak more for its author than can be spoken by any man, or at least by me. Thine in the love of truth, J.F. Hermes Trismegistus, his first book. Number 1. O my son, write this first book both for humanity's sake and for piety towards God. Number 2. For there can be no religion more true or just than to know the things that are, and to acknowledge thanks for all things to him that made them, which thing I shall not cease continually to do. Number 3. What then should a man do, O Father, to lead his life well, seeing there is nothing here true? Number 4. Be pious and religious, O my son, for he that doth so is the best and highest philosopher. And without philosophy it is impossible ever to attain to the height and exactness of piety and religion. Number 5. But he that shall learn and study the things that are, and how they are ordered and governed, and by whom and for what cause or to what end, will acknowledge thanks to the workman as to a good father, an excellent nurse, and a faithful steward. And he that gives thanks shall be pious or religious, and he that is religious shall know both where the truth is and what it is, and learning that, he will be yet more and more religious. Number 6. For never, O my son, shall or can that soul, which while it is in the body, lightens and lifts up itself to know and comprehend that which is good and true, slide back to the contrary. For it is infinitely enamored thereof, and forgetteth all evils. And when it hath learned and known its father and progenitor, it can no more apostatize or depart from that good. Number 7. And let this, O son, be the end of religion and piety, whereunto thou art once arrived, thou shalt both live well and die blessedly, whilst thy soul is not ignorant whither it must return and fly back again. Number 8. For this only, O son, is the way to truth, which our progenitors travelled in, and by which, making their journey, they at length attained to the good. It is a venerable way and plain, but hard and difficult for the soul to go in that is in the body. Number 9. For first must it war against its own self, and after much strife and dissension, it must be overcome of the part, for the contention is of one against two, whilst it flies away, and they strive to hold and detain it. Number 10. But the victory of both is not like, for the one hasteth to that which is good, but the other is a neighbor to the things that are evil. And that which is good desireth to be set at liberty, but the things that are evil love bondage and slavery. Number 11. And if the two parts be overcome, they become quiet, and are content to accept of it as their ruler. But if the one be overcome of the two, it is by them led and carried to be punished by its being and countenance here. Number 12. This is, O son, the guide in the way that leads thither. For thou must first forsake the body before thy end, and get the victory in this contention and strifeful life, and when thou hast overcome, return. Number 13. But now, O my son, I will by heads run through the things that are. Understand thou what I say, and remember what thou hearest. Number 14. All things that are moved, only that which is not is immovable. Number 15. Every body is changeable. Number 16. Not every body is dissolvable. Number 17. Some bodies are dissolvable. Number 18. Every living being is not mortal. Number 19. Nor every living thing is immortal. Number 20. That which may be dissolved is also corruptible. Number 21. That which abides always is unchangeable. Number 22. That which is unchangeable is eternal. Number 23. That which is always made is always corrupted. Number 24. That which is made but once is never corrupted, neither becomes any other thing. Number 25. Firstly, God. Secondly, the world. Thirdly, man. Number 26. The world for man, man for God. Number 27. Of the soul, that part which is sensible is mortal, but that part which is reasonable is immortal. Number 28. Every essence is immortal. Number 29. Every essence is unchangeable. Number 30. Everything that is double. Number 31. None of the things that are stand still. Number 32. Not all things are moved by a soul, but everything that is moved by a soul. Number 33. Everything that suffers is sensible. Everything that is sensible suffereth. Number 34. Everything that is sad rejoiceth also, and is a mortal living creature. Number 35. Not everything that joyeth is also sad, but is an eternal living thing. Number 36. Not every body is sick. Every body that is sick is dissolvable. Number 37. The mind in God. Number 38. Reasoning or disputing or discoursing in man. Number 39. Reason in the mind. Number 40. The mind is void of suffering. Number 41. No thing in a body true. Number 42. All that is incorporeal is void of lying. Number 43. Everything that is made is corruptible. Number 44. Nothing good upon earth, nothing evil in heaven. Number 45. God is good, man is evil. Number 46. Good is voluntary, or of its own accord. Number 47. Evil is involuntary, or against its will. Number 48. The gods choose good things as good things. Number 49. Time is a divine thing. Number 50. Law is humane. Number 51. Malice is the nourishment of the world. Number 52. Time is the corruption of man. Number 53. Whatsoever is in heaven is unalterable. Number 54. All upon earth is alterable. Number 55. Nothing in heaven is servanted, nothing upon earth free. Number 56. Nothing unknown in heaven, nothing known upon earth. Number 57. The things upon earth communicate not with those in heaven. Number 58. All things in heaven are unblameable. All things upon earth are subject to reprehension. Number 59. That which is immortal is not mortal. That which is mortal is not immortal. Number 60. That which is sown is not always begotten, but that which is begotten always is sown. Number 61. Of a dissolvable body there are two times, one for sowing to generation, one from generation to death. Number 62. Of an everlasting body, the time is only from the generation. Number 63. Dissolvable bodies are increased and diminished. Number 64. Dissolvable matter is altered into contraries, to wit, corruption and generation, but eternal matter into itself and its like. Number 65. The generation of man is corruption. The corruption of man is the beginning of generation. Number 66. That which offsprings or begetteth another is itself an offspring or begotten by another. Number 67. Of things that are, some are in bodies, some in their ideas. Number 68. Whatsoever things belong to operation or working are in a body. Number 69. That which is immortal partakes not of that which is mortal. Number 70. That which is mortal cometh not into a body immortal, but that which is immortal cometh into that which is mortal. Number 71. Operation or workings are not carried upwards, but descend downwards. Number 72. Things upon earth do nothing advantage those in heaven, but all things in heaven do profit and advantage all things upon earth. Number 73. Heaven is capable and a fit receptacle of everlasting bodies, the earth of corruptible bodies. Number 74. The earth is brutish, the heaven is reasonable or rational. Number 75. Those things that are in heaven are subjected or placed under it, but the things on earth are placed upon it. Number 76. Heaven is the first element. Number 77. Providence is divine order. Number 78. Necessity is the minister or servant of providence. Number 79. Fortune is the carriage or effect of that which is without order, the idol of operation, a lying fantasy or opinion. Number 80. What is God? The immutable or unalterable good. Number 81. What is man? An unchangeable evil. Number 82. If thou perfectly remember these heads, thou canst not forget those things which in more words I have largely expounded unto thee, for these are the contents or abridgment of them. Number 83. Avoid all conversation with the multitude or common people, for I would not have thee subject to envy, much less to be ridiculous unto that many. Number 84. For the like always takes to itself that which is like, but the unlike never agrees with the unlike. Such discourses as these have very few auditors, and peradventure very few will have, but they have something peculiar unto themselves. Number 85. They do rather sharpen and whet evil men to their maliciousness. Therefore it behoveth to avoid the multitude, and take heed of them as not understanding the virtue and power of the things that are said. Number 86. How dost thou mean, O Father? Number 87. This, O Son, the whole nature and composition of those living things called men, is very prone to maliciousness, and is very familiar, and as it were nourished with it, and therefore is delighted with it. Now this wight, if it shall come to learn or know that the world was once made, and all things are done according to providence or necessity, destiny or fate, bearing rule over all, will he not be much worse than himself, despising the whole, because it was made? And if he may lay the cause of evil upon fate or destiny, he will never abstain from any evil work. Number 88. Wherefore we must look warily to such kind of people, that being in ignorance they may be less evil for fear of that which is hidden and kept secret. My thoughts being once seriously busied about things that are,
and my understanding lifted up, all my bodily senses being exceedingly holden back, as it is with them that are heavy of sleep, by reason either of fullness of meat or of bodily labor. Methought I saw one of an exceeding great stature, and of an infinite greatness, call me by name, and say unto me, What wouldst thou hear and see? Or what wouldst thou understand to learn and know? Number 2. Then said I, Who art thou? I am, quoth he, Pomander, the mind of the great Lord, the most mighty and absolute Emperor. I know what thou wouldst have, and I am always present with thee. Number 3. Then I said, I would learn the things that are, and understand the nature of them, and know God. How? Said he. I answered that I would gladly hear. Then said he, Have me again in thy mind, and whatsoever thou wouldst learn, I will teach thee. Number 4. When he had thus said, he was changed in his idea or form, and straightway, in the twinkling of an eye, all things were open unto me. And I saw an infinite sight, all things were become light, both sweet and exceeding pleasant, and I was wonderfully delighted in the beholding it. Number 5. But after a little while there was a darkness made in part, coming down obliquely, fearful and hideous, which seemed unto me to be changed into a certain moist nature, unspeakably troubled, which yielded a smoke as from fire, and from whence proceeded a voice unutterable, and very mournful, but inarticulate, inasmuch as it seemed to have come from the light. Number 6. Then from that light a certain holy word joined itself unto nature, and out flew the pure and unmixed fire from the moist nature upwards on high. It was exceeding light, and sharp, and operative withal. And the air, which was also light, followed the spirit and mourned up to fire from the earth and the water, insomuch that it seemed to hang and depend upon it. Number 7. And the earth and the water stayed by themselves so mingled together, that the earth could not be seen for the water, but they were moved because of the spiritual word that was carried upon them. Number 8. Then said Pomander unto me, Dost thou understand this vision and what it meaneth? I shall know, said I. Then said he, I am that light, the mind, thy God, who am before that moist nature that appeared out of darkness, and that bright and lightful word from the mind is the Son of God. Number 9. How is that? Quoth I. Thus replied he, Understand it. That which in thee seeth and heareth the word of the Lord, and the mind, the Father, God, differ not one from the other, and the union of these is life. Trismeg, I thank thee. Pymand, but first conceive well the light in thy mind, and know it. Number 10. When he said thus, for a long time we looked steadfastly one upon the other, insomuch that I trembled at his idea or form. Number 11. But when he nodded to me, I beheld in my mind the light that is innumerable, and the truly indefinite ornament or world, and that the fire is comprehended or contained in, or by a great moist power, and constrained to keep its station. Number 12. These things I understood, seeing the word, or Pymander, And when I was mightily amazed, he said again unto me, Hast thou seen in thy mind that archetypal form, which was before the interminated and infinite beginning? Thus Pymander to me. But whence, quoth I, or whereof are the elements of nature made? Pymander, of the will and counsel of God, which taking the word and beholding the beautiful world in the archetypal thereof, imitated it, and so made this world, by the principles and vital seeds or soul-like productions of itself. Number 13. For the mind being God, male and female, life and light, brought forth by his word another mind or workman, which being God of the fire and the spirit, fashioned and formed 7 other governors, which in their circles contain the sensible world, whose government or disposition is called fate or destiny. Number 14. Straightway leaped out or exalted itself from the downward elements of God, the word of God, into the clean and pure workmanship of nature, and was united to the workman, mind, for it was consubstantial, and so the downward-born elements of nature were left without reason, that they might be the only matter. Number 15. But the workman, mind, together with the word, containing the circles and whirling them about, turned round as a wheel, his own workmanships, and suffered them to be turned from an indefinite beginning to an indeterminable end, for they always begin where they end. Number 16. And the circulation or running round of these, as the mind willeth, out of the lower or downward-born elements, brought forth unreasonable or brutish creatures, for they had no reason, the air flying things, and the water such as swim. Number 17. And the earth and the water were separated, either from the other as the mind would, and the earth brought forth from herself such living creatures as she had, 4-footed and creeping beasts, wild and tame. Number 18. But the Father of all things, the mind being life and light, brought forth man like unto himself, whom he loved in his proper birth, for he was all beauteous, having the image of his Father. Number 19. For indeed God was exceedingly enamored of his own form or shape, and delivered unto it all his own workmanships. But he, seeing and understanding the creation of the workman in the whole, would needs also himself fall to work, and so was separated from the Father, being in the sphere of generation or operation. Number 20. Having all power, he considered the operations or workmanships of the 7, but they loved him, and everyone made him partaker of his own order. Number 21. And he, learning diligently and understanding their essence, and partaking their nature, resolved to pierce and break through the circumference of the circles, and to understand the power of him that sits upon the fire. Number 22. And having already all power of mortal things, of the living and of the unreasonable creatures of the world, stooped down and peeped through the harmony, and breaking through the strength of the circles, so showed and made manifest the downward-born nature, the fair and beautiful shape or form of God. Number 23. Which when he saw, having in itself the unsatiable beauty, and all the operations of the 7 governors, and the form or shape of God, he smiled for love, as if he had seen the shape or likeness in the water, or the shadow upon the earth of the fairest human form. Number 24. And seeing in the water a shape like unto himself, in himself he loved it, and would cohabit with it, and immediately upon the resolution ensued the operation, and brought forth the unreasonable image or shape. Number 25. Nature presently laying hold of what it so much loved, did wholly wrap herself about it, and they were mingled, for they loved one another. Number 26. And from this cause, man above all things that live on earth is double, mortal because of his body, and immortal because of the substantial man. For being immortal and having power of all things, he yet suffers mortal things, and such as are subject to fate or destiny. Number 27. And therefore being above all harmony, he is made and become a servant to harmony. He is hermaphrodite, or male and female, and watchful. He is governed by and subjected to a father, that is both male and female, and watchful. Number 28. After these things I said, Thou art my mind, and I am in love with reason. Number 29. Then said Pymander, This is the mystery that to this day is hidden and kept secret, for nature being mingled with man, brought forth a wonder most wonderful. For he having the nature of the harmony of the seven, from him whom I told thee, the fire and the spirit, nature continued not, but forthwith brought forth 7 men, all males and females, and sublime, or on high, according to the natures of the 7 governors. Number 30. And after these things, O Pymander, quoth I am now come into a great desire and longing to hear. Do not digress or run out. Number 31. But he said, Keep silence, for I have not yet finished the first speech. Number 32. Trism. Behold, I am silent. Number 33. Pymander. The generation therefore of these 7 was after this manner, the air being feminine, and the water desirous of copulation, took from the fire its ripeness, and from the ether spirit, and so nature produced bodies after the species and shape of men. Number 34. And man was made of life and light into soul and mind, of life the soul, of light the mind. Number 35. And so all the members of the sensible world continued unto the period of the end, bearing rule and generating. Number 36. Hear now the rest of that speech thou so much desireth to hear. Number 37. When that period was fulfilled, the bond of all things was loosed and untied by the will of God. For all living creatures, being hermaphroditical, or male and female, were loosed and untied together with man. And so the males were apart by themselves, and the females likewise. Number 38. And straightways God said to the Holy Word, Increase in increasing, and multiplying in multitude, all you my creatures and workmanships. And let him that is endued with mind know himself to be immortal, and that the cause of death is the love of the body, and let him learn all things that are. Number 39. When he had thus said, Providence by fate of harmony made the mixtures and established the generations, and all things were multiplied according to their kind. And he that knew himself came at length to the superstantial of every way substantial good. Number 40. But he that through the error of love loved the body, abideth wandering in darkness, sensible, suffering the things of death. Number 41. Trism. But why do they that are ignorant sin so much, that they should therefore be deprived of immortality? Number 42. Pymander. Thou seemest not to have understood what thou hast heard. Number 43. Trism. Preadventure I seem so to thee, but I both understand and remember them. Number 44. Pymander. I am glad for thy sake, if thou understoodest them. Number 45. Trism. Tell me why they are worthy of death that are in death. Number 46. Pymander. Because there goeth a sad and dismal darkness before its body, for which darkness is the moist nature, of which moist nature the body consisteth in the sensible world, from whence death is derived. Hast thou understood this aright? Number 47. Trism. But why, or how doth he that understands himself go or pass into God? Number 48. Pymander. That which the word of God said, say I, because the Father of all things consists of life and light, whereof man is made. Number 49. Trism. Thou sayest very well. Number 50. Pymander. God and the Father is light and life, of which man is made. If therefore thou learn and believe thyself to be of the life and light, thou shalt again pass into life. Number 51. Trism. But tell me more, O my mind, how I shall go into life. Number 52. Pymander. God saith, let man, endued with a mind, mark, consider, and know himself well. Number 53. Trism. Have not all men a mind? Number 54. Pymander. Take heed what thou sayest, for I the mind come unto men that are holy and good, pure and merciful, and that live piously and religiously, and my presence is a help unto them. And forthwith they know all things, and lovingly they supplicate and propitiate the Father, and blessing him, they give him thanks, and sing hymns unto him, being ordered and directed by filial affection and natural love. And before they give up their bodies to the death of them, they hate their senses, knowing their works and operations. Number 55. Rather, I that am the mind itself will not suffer the operations or works which happen or belong to the body, to be finished and brought to perfection in them, but being the porter or doorkeeper, I will shut up the entrances of evil and cut off the thoughtful desires of filthy works. Number 56. But to the foolish and evil and wicked, and envious and covetous, and murderous and profane, I am far off, giving place to the revenging demon, which applying unto him the sharpness of fire, tormenteth such a man sensible, and armeth him the more to all wickedness, that he may obtain the greater punishment. Number 57. And such a one never ceaseth, having unfulfilled desires, and unsatisfiable concupiscence, and always fighting in darkness. For the demon always afflicts and tormenteth him continually, and increaseth a fire upon him more and more. Number 58. Trism. Thou hast, O mind, most excellently taught me all things, as I desired. But tell me, moreover, after the return is made, what then? Number 59, Pymander. First of all, in the resolution of the material body, the body itself is given up to alteration, and the form which it had becometh invisible, and the idle manners are permitted and left to the demon, and the senses of the body return into their fountains, being parts, and again made up into operations. Number 60. And anger and concupiscence go into the brutish or unreasonable nature, and the rest striveth upward by harmony. Number 61. And to the first zone it giveth the power it had of increasing and diminishing. Number 62. To the second, the machinations or plotting of evils, and one effectual deceit or craft. Number 63. To the third, the idle deceit of concupiscence. Number 64. To the fourth, the desire of rule and unsatiable ambition. Number 65. To the fifth, profane boldness and the headlong rashness of confidence. Number 66. To the sixth, evil and ineffectual occasions of riches. Number 67. To the seventh zone, subtle falsehood, always lying in wait. Number 68. And then being made naked of all the operations of harmony, it cometh to the eighth, nature, having its proper power, and singeth praises to the Father with the things that are, and all they that are present rejoice, and congratulate the coming of it, and being made like to them with whom it converseth, it heareth also the powers that are above the eighth nature, singing praise to God in a certain voice that is peculiar to them. Number 69. And then in order they return unto the Father, and themselves deliver themselves to the powers, and becoming powers, they are in God. Number 70. This is the good, and to them that know to be desired. Number 71. Furthermore, why sayest thou, what resteth but that understanding all men thou become a guide, and way leader to them that are worthy, that the kind of humanity, or mankind, may be saved by God? Number 72. When Pymander had thus said unto me, he was mingled among the powers. Number 73. But I, giving thanks and blessing the Father of all things, rose up, being enabled by him, and taught the nature of the whole, and having seen the greatest sight or spectacle. Number 74. And I began to preach unto men the beauty and fairness of piety and knowledge. Number 75. O ye people, men, born and made of the earth, which have given yourselves over to drunkenness and sleep, and to the ignorance of God, be sober, and cease your surfeit, whereunto you are allured and visited by brutish and unreasonable sleep. Number 76. And they that heard me come willingly and with one accord. And then I said further, Number 77, Why, O men of the offspring of earth, why have you delivered yourselves over unto death, having power to partake of immortality? Repent and change your minds, you that have together walked in error, and have been darkened in ignorance. Number 78. Depart from that dark light, be partakers of immortality, and leave or forsake corruption. Number 79. And some of them that heard me, mocking and scorning, went away, and delivered themselves up to the way of death. Number 80. But others, casting themselves down before my feet, besought me that they might be taught, and I, causing them to rise up, became a guide of mankind, teaching them the reasons how, and by what means they may be saved. And I sowed in them the words of wisdom, and nourished them with ambrosian water of immortality. Number 81. And when it was evening, and the brightness of the same began wholly to go down, I commanded them to go down. I commanded them to give thanks to God. And when they had finished their thanksgiving, everyone returned to his own lodging. Number 82. But I wrote in myself the bounty and benevolence of Pymander, and being filled with what I most desired, I was exceedingly glad. Number 83. For the sleep of the body was the sober watchfulness of the mind, and the shutting of my eyes the true sight, and my silence great with child and full of good, and the pronouncing of my words the blossoms and fruits of good things. Number 84. And thus it came to pass, or happened unto me, which I received from my mind, that is, Pymander, the Lord of the Word, whereby I became inspired by God with the truth. Number 85. For which cause with my soul and whole strength I give praise and blessing unto God the Father. Number 86. Holy is God, the Father of all things. Number 87. Holy is God, whose will is performed and accomplished by his own powers. Number 88. Holy is God, that determineth to be known, and is known by his own, or those that are his. Number 89. Holy art thou, that by thy word has established all things. Number 90. Holy art thou, of whom all nature is the image. Number 91. Holy art thou, whom nature hath not formed. Number 92. Holy art thou, that art stronger than all power. Number 93. Holy art thou, that art stronger than all excellency. Number 94. Holy art thou, that art better than all praise. Number 95. Accept these reasonable sacrifices from a pure soul and a heart that stretched out unto thee. Number 96. O unspeakable, unutterable, to be praised with silence. Number 97. I beseech thee, that I may never err from the knowledge of thee, look mercifully upon me, and enable me, and enlighten with this grace those that are in ignorance, the brothers of my kind, but thy sons. Number 98. Therefore I believe thee, and bear witness, and go into the life and light. Number 99. Blessed art thou, O Father, thy man would be sanctified with thee, as thou hast given him all power. The glory of all things God, and that which is divine, and the divine nature, and the beginning of things that are. Number 2. God and the mind, and nature, and matter, and operation or working, and necessity, and matter, and operation or working, and necessity, and the end, and renovation. Number 3. For there were in the chaos an infinite darkness in the abyss or bottomless depth, and water, and a subtle in spirit intelligible in power. And there went out the holy light, and the elements were coagulated from the sand, out of the moist substance. Number 4. And all the gods distinguished the nature full of seeds. Number 5. And when all things were interminated and unmade up, the light things were divided on high, and the heavy things were founded upon the moist sand, all things being terminated or divided by fire, and being sustained or hung up by the Spirit, they were so carried, and the heaven was seen in 7 circles. Number 6. And the gods were seen in their ideas of the stars, with all their signs, and the stars were numbered with the gods in them, and the sphere was all lined with air, carried about in a circular motion by the Spirit of God. Number 7. And every god, by his internal power, did that which was commanded him. And there were made 4-footed things, and creeping things, and such as live in the water, and such as fly, and every fruitful seed, and grass, and the flowers of all greens, all which had sowed in themselves the seeds of regeneration. Number 8. As also the generations of men, to the knowledge of the divine works, and a lively or working testimony of nature, and a multitude of men, and the dominion of all things under heaven, and the knowledge of good things, and to be increased in increasing, and multiplied in multitude. Number 9. And every soul in flesh, by the wonderful working of the gods in the circles, to the beholding of heaven, the gods' divine works, and the operations of nature, and for signs of good things, and the knowledge of the divine power, and to find out every cunning workmanship of good things. Number 10. So it beginneth to live in them, and to be wise according to the operation of the course of the circular gods, and to be resolved into that which shall be great monuments and remembrances of the cunning works done upon earth, leaving them to be read by the darkness of times. Number 11. And every generation of living flesh, of fruit, seed, and all handicrafts, though they be lost, must of necessity be renewed by the renovation of the gods, and of the nature of a circle, moving in number. For it is a divine thing that every worldly temperature should be renewed by nature. For in that which is divine is nature also established. The end of the fragments of the 3rd book, the Holy Sermon. Yesterday's speech, O Asclepius, I dedicated to thee. This day it is fit to dedicate to Tat, because it is an epitome of those general speeches which were spoken to him. Number 2. God, therefore, and the Father, and the good, O Tat, have the same nature, or rather, also the same act and operation. Number 3. For there is one name or appellation of nature or increase, which concerneth things changeable, and another about things unchangeable, and about things unmovable. That is to say, things divine and humane. Every one of that which himself will have so to be, but action or operation is of another thing, or elsewhere, as we have taught in other things, divine and humane, which must here also be understood. Number 4. For his operation or act is his will, and his essence, to will all things to be. Number 5. For what is God and the Father and the good, but the being of all things that yet are not, and the existence itself of those things that are? Number 6. This is God, this is the Father, this is the good, whereunto no other thing is present or approacheth. Number 7. For the world and the sun, which is also a father by participation, is not for all that equally the cause of good and of life to living creatures. And if this be so, he is altogether constrained by the will of the good, without which it is not possible either to be, or to be gotten or made. Number 8. But the Father is the cause of his children, who hath a will both to sow and nourish that which is good by the Son. Number 9. For good is always active or busy in making, and this cannot be in any other but in him that taketh nothing, and yet willeth all things to be. For I will not say, O Tat, making them. For he that maketh is defective in much time, in which sometimes he maketh not, as also of quantity and quality. For sometimes he maketh those things that have quantity and quality, and sometimes the contrary. Number 10. But God is the Father and the good, in being all things. For he both will be this and is it, and yet all this for himself, as is true, in him that can see it. Number 11. For all things else are for this, it is the property of good to be known. This is the good, O Tat. Number 12. Tat, thou hast filled us, O Father, with a sight both good and fair, and the eye of my mind is almost become more holy by the sight or spectacle. Number 13. Trism. I wonder not at it, for the sight of good is not like the beam of the sun, which being of a fiery shining brightness, maketh the eye blind by his excessive light that gazeth upon it. Rather the contrary, for it enlighteneth, and so much increaseth the light of the eye, as any man is able to receive the influence of this intelligible clearness. Number 14. For it is more swift and sharp to pierce, and innocent or harmless withal, and full of immortality, and they are capable, and can draw any store of this spectacle and sight, do many times fall asleep from the body, into this most fair and beauteous vision, which things Celeus and Saturn, our progenitors, obtained unto. Number 15. Tat. I would we also, O Father, could do so. Number 16. Trism. I would we could, O Son, but for the present we are less intent to the vision, and cannot yet open the eyes of our mind to behold the incorruptible and incomprehensible beauty of that good. But then we shall see it, when we have nothing at all to say of it. Number 17. For the knowledge of it is a divine silence, and the rest of all the senses, for neither can he that understands that understand anything else, nor he that sees that see anything else, nor hear any other thing, nor in some move the body. Number 18. For shining steadfastly upon and round the whole mind, it enlighteneth all the soul, and loosing it from the body's senses and motions, it draweth it from the body, and changeth it wholly into the essence of God. Number 19. For it is possible for the soul, O Son, to be defied while it yet lodgeth in the body of man, if it contemplate the beauty of the good. Number 20. Tat. How dost thou mean defying, Father? Number 21. Trism. There are differences, O Son, of every soul. Number 22. Tat. But how dost thou again divide the changes? Number 23. Trism. Hast thou not heard in the general speeches that from one soul of the universe are all those souls which in the world are tossed up and down, as it were, and severally divided? Of these souls there are many changes. some into a more fortunate estate, and some quite the contrary. For they which are of creeping things are changed into those of watery things, and those of things living in the water to those of things living upon the land. And airy ones are changed into men, and human souls that lay hold of immortality are changed into demons. Number 24. And so they go into the sphere or region of the fixed gods, for there are two choirs or companies of gods, one of them that wander, and another of them that are fixed. And so this is the perfect glory of the soul. Number 25. But the soul entering into the body of a man, if it continue evil, shall neither taste of immortality, nor is partaker of the good. Number 26. But being drawn back the same way, it returneth into creeping things, and this is the condemnation of an evil soul. Number 27. And the wickedness of a soul is ignorance. For the soul that knows nothing of the things that are, neither the nature of them, nor that which is good, but is blinded, rusheth and dasheth against the bodily passions, and unhappy as it is, and not knowing itself, it serveth strange bodies and evil ones, carrying the body as a burden, and not ruling, but ruled. And this is the mischief of the soul. Number 28. On the contrary, the virtue of the soul is knowledge, for he that knows is both good and religious, and already divine. Number 29. Tat. But who is such a one, O Father? Number 30. Trism. He that neither speaks nor hears many things, for he, O Son, that heareth two speeches or hearings, fighteth in the shadow. Number 31. For God and the Father and good is neither spoken nor heard. Number 32. This being so in all things that are the senses, because they cannot be without them. Number 33. But knowledge differs much from sense, for sense is of things that surmount it, but knowledge is the end of sense. Number 34. Knowledge is the gift of God, for all knowledge is unbodily, but useth the mind as an instrument, as the mind useth the body. Number 35. Therefore both intelligible and material things go both of them into bodies, for of contraposition, that is setting one against another, and contrariety all things must consist, and it is impossible it should be otherwise. Number 36. Tat. Who therefore is this material God? Number 37. Trism. The fair and beautiful world, and yet it is not good, for it is material and easily passable. Nay, it is the first of all passable things, and the second of things that are, and needy or wanting somewhat else. And it was once made, and is always, and is ever in generation, and made, and continually makes, or generates things that have quantity and quality. Number 38. For it is movable, and every material motion is generation, but the intellectual stability moves the material motion after this manner. Number 39. Because the world is a sphere, that is, a head, and above the head there is nothing material, as beneath the feet there is nothing intellectual. Number 40. The whole universe is material. The mind is the head, and it is moved spherically, that is, like a head. Number 41. Whatsoever therefore is joined or united to the membrane or film of the head, wherein the soul is immortal,
And as in the soul of a made body, hath its soul full of the body. But those that are further from the membrane have the body full of soul. Number 42. The whole is a living white, and therefore consisteth of material and intellectual. Number 43. And the world is the first, and man the second living white after the world, but the first of things that are mortal, and therefore hath whatsoever benefit of the soul all the other have. Yet for all this he is not only not good, but flatly evil, as being mortal. Number 44. For the world is not good, as it is movable, nor evil, as it is immortal. Number 45. But man is evil, both as he is movable and as he is mortal. Number 46. But the soul of man is carried in this manner. The mind is in reason, reason in the soul in the spirit in the body. Number 47. The spirit being diffused and going through the veins and arteries and blood, both moveth the living creature, and after a certain manner beareth it. Number 48. Wherefore some also have thought the soul to be blood, being deceived in nature, not knowing that first the spirit must return into the soul, and then the blood is congealed, and the veins and arteries emptied, and then the living thing dieth, and this is the death of the body. Number 49. All things depend of one beginning, and the beginning depends of that which is one and alone. Number 50. And the beginning is moved, that it may again be a beginning, but that which is one standeth and abideth, and is not moved. Number 51. There are therefore these three, God the Father, and the good, the world, and man. God hath the world, and the world hath man, and the world is the Son of God, and man as it were the offspring of the world. Number 52. For God is not ignorant of man, but knows him perfectly, and will be known by him. This only is healthful to man, the knowledge of God. This is the return of Olympus. By this only the soul is made good, and not sometimes good and sometimes evil, but of necessity good. Number 53. Tat. What meanest thou, O Father? Number 54. Trism. Consider, O Son, the soul of a child, when as yet it hath as yet received no dissolution of its body, which is not yet grown, but is very small. How then, if it look upon itself, it sees itself beautiful, as not having been as yet spotted with the passions of the body, but as it were depending yet upon the soul of the world? Number 55. But when the body is grown and distracteth the soul, it engenders forgetfulness, and partakes no more of the fair and the good, and forgetfulness is evilness. Number 56. The like also happeneth to them that go out of the body. For when the soul runs back into itself, the spirit is contracted into the blood, and the soul into the spirit. But the mind, being made pure and free from these clothings, and being divine by nature, taking a fiery body, rangeth abroad in every place, leaving the soul to judgment and to the banishment it hath deserved. Number 57. Tat. Why dost thou say, O Father, that the mind is separated from the soul, and the soul from the spirit, when even now thou saidst the soul was the clothing or apparel of the mind, and the body of the soul? Number 58. Trism.
O son, he that hears must co-understand,
and conspire in thought with him that speaks. Yea, he must have his hearing swifter and sharper than the voice of the speaker. Number 59. The disposition of these clothings or covers is done in an earthly body, for it is impossible that the mind should establish of rest itself, naked, and of itself in an earthly body. Neither is the earthly body able to bear such immortality, and therefore, that it might suffer so great virtue, the mind compacted, as it were, and took to itself the passible body of the soul, as a covering or clothing. And the soul being also in some sort divine, useth the spirit as her minister or servant, and the spirit governeth the living things. Number 60. When therefore the mind is separated and departeth from the earthly body, presently it puts on its fiery coat, which it could not do, having to dwell in an earthly body. Number 61. For the earth cannot suffer fire, for it is all burned of a small spark. Therefore is the water poured round about the earth as a wall or defense to withstand the flame of fire. Number 62. But the mind, being the most sharp or swift of all the divine cogitations, and more swift than all the elements, hath the fire for its body. Number 63. For the mind, which is the workman of all, useth the fire as his instrument in his workmanship, and he that is the workman of all useth it to the making of all things, as it used by man to the making of earthly things only. For the mind that is upon earth, void or naked of fire, cannot do the business of men, nor that which is otherwise the affairs of God. Number 64. But the soul of man, and yet not every one, but that which is pious and religious, is angelic and divine, and such a soul, after it is departed from the body, having striven the strife of piety, becomes either mind or God. Number 65. And the strife of piety is to know God, and to injure no man, and this way it becomes mind. Number 66. But the impious soul abideth in its own offense, punished of itself, and seeking an earthly and humane body to enter into. Number 67. For no other body is capable of a humane soul, neither is it lawful for a man's soul to fall into the body of an unreasonable living thing, for it is the law or decree of God to preserve a human soul from so great a contumely and reproach. Number 68. Tat. How then is the soul of man punished, O Father, and what is its greatest torment? Number 69. Trism. Impiety, O my son, for what fire hath so great a flame as it? For what biting beast doth so tear the body as it doth the soul? Number 70. Or dost thou not see how many evils the wicked soul suffereth, roaring and crying out, I am burned, I am consumed, I know not what to say or do, I am devoured, unhappy wretch, of the evils that compass and lay hold upon me, miserable that I am, I neither hear nor see anything. Number 71. These are the voices of a punished and tormented soul, and not as many. And thou, O son, thinkest that the soul going out of the body grows brutish or enters into a beast, which is a very great error, for the soul punished after this manner. Number 72. For the mind, when it is ordered or appointed to get a fiery body for the services of God, coming down to the wicked soul, torments it with the whips of sins, wherewith the wicked soul, being scourged, turns itself to murders and contumelies, and blasphemies, and divers violences, and other things by which men are injured. Number 73. But into a pious soul, the mind entering, leads it into the light of knowledge. Number 74. And such a soul is never satisfied with singing praise to God and speaking well of all men, and both in words and deeds always doing good, in imitation of her Father. Number 75. Therefore, O Son, we must give thanks and pray that we may obtain a good mind. Number 76. The soul therefore may be altered or changed into the better, but into the worse it is impossible. Number 77. But there is a communion of souls, and those of gods communicate with those men, and those of men with those of beasts. Number 78. And the better always take of the worse, gods of men, men of brute beasts, but God of all. For he is the best of all, and all things are less than he. Number 79. Therefore is the world subject unto God, man unto the world, and unreasonable things to man. Number 80. But God is above all, and about all, and the beams of God are operations, and the beams of the world are natures, and the beams of man are arts and sciences. Number 81. And operations do act by the world, and upon man by the natural beams of the world, but nature's work by the elements, and man by arts and sciences. Number 82. And this is the government of the whole, depending upon the nature of the one, and piercing or coming down by the one mind, than which nothing is more divine and more efficacious or operative, and nothing more uniting, or nothing is more one. The communion of gods to men, and of men to gods. Number 83. This is the bonus genius, or good demon, blessed soul that is fullest of it, and unhappy soul that is empty of it. Number 84. Tat. And wherefore, Father? Number 85. Trism. Know, Son, that every soul hath the good mind, for of that it is we now speak, and not of that minister of whom we said before that he was sent from the judgment. Number 86. For the soul without the mind can neither say nor do anything, for many times the mind flies away from the soul, and in that hour the soul neither seeth nor heareth, but is like an unreasonable thing, so great is the power of the mind. Number 87. But neither brooketh it an idle or lazy soul, but leaves such as one fastened to the body, and by it is pressed down. Number 88. And such a soul, O Son, hath no mind, wherefore neither must such a one be called a man. Number 89. For man is a divine, living thing, and is not to be compared to any brute beast that lives upon the earth, but to them that are above in heaven, that are called gods. Number 90. Rather, if we shall be bold to speak the truth, he that is a man indeed is above them, or at least they are equal in power, one to the other. For none of the things in heaven will come down upon earth, and leave the limits of heaven, but a man ascends up into heaven, and measures it. Number 91. And he knoweth what things are on high, and what below, and learneth all other things exactly. Number 92. And that which is the greatest of all, he leaveth not the earth, and yet is above, so great is the greatness of his nature. Number 93. Wherefore we must be bold to say that an earthly man is a mortal god, and that the heavenly God is an immortal man. Number 94. Wherefore by these two are all things governed, the world and man, but they and all things else of that which is one. This discourse I will also make to thee, O Tat, that thou mayest not be ignorant of the more excellent name of God. Number 2. But do thou contemplate in thy mind how that which to many seems hidden and unmanifest may be most manifest to thee. Number 3. For it were not all, if it were apparent. For whatsoever is apparent is generated or made, for it was made manifest. But that which is not manifest is ever. Number 4. For it needeth not be manifested, for it is always. Number 5. And he maketh all other things manifest, being unmanifest, as being always, and making other things manifest, he is not made manifest. Number 6. Himself is not made, yet in fantasy he fantasizeth all things, or in appearance he maketh them appear. For appearance is only of those things that are generated or made, for appearance is nothing but generation. Number 7. But he that is one, that is not made nor generated, is also unapparent and unmanifest. Number 8. But making all things appear, he appeareth in all, and by all. But especially he is manifested to or in those things wherein himself listeth. Number 9. Thou, therefore, O Tat, my son, pray first to the Lord and Father, and to thee alone, and to the One, from whom is one to be merciful to thee, that thou mayest know and understand so great a God, and that he would shine one of his beams upon thee in thy understanding. Number 10. For only the understanding see that which is not manifest, or apparent, as being itself not manifest or apparent. And if thou canst, O Tat, it will appear to the eyes of thy mind. Number 11. For the Lord, void of envy, appeareth through the whole world. Thou mayest see the intelligence and take it into thy hands, and contemplate the image of God. Number 12. But if that which is in thee be not known or apparent unto thee, how shall he in thee be seen, and appear unto thee by the eyes? Number 13. But if thou wilt see him, consider and understand the sun, consider the course of the moon, consider the order of the stars. Number 14. Who is he that keepeth order? For all order is circumscribed or terminated in number and place. Number 15. The sun is the greatest of the gods in heaven, to whom all the heavenly gods give place, as to a king and potentate, and yet he being such a one, greater than the earth or the sea, is content to suffer infinite lesser stars to walk and move above himself, whom doth he fear the while, O sun? Number 16. Every one of these stars that are in heaven do not make the like or an equal course. Who is it that hath prescribed unto every one of the manner and the greatness of their course? Number 17. This bear that turns round about its own self, and carries round the whole world with her, who possessed and made such an instrument? Number 18. Who hath set the bounds to the sea? Who hath established the earth? for there is somebody, O Tat, that is the maker and lord of these things. Number 19. For it is impossible, O sun, that either place or number or measure should be observed without a maker. Number 20. For no order can be made by disorder or disproportion. Number 21. I would it were possible for thee, O my son, to have wings and fly into the air, and being taken up in the midst between heaven and earth, to see the stability of the earth, the fluidness of the sea, the courses of the rivers, the largeness of the air, the sharpness and swiftness of the fire, the motion of the stars, and the speediness of the heaven, by which it goeth round about all these. Number 22. O sun, what a happy sight it were at one instant to see all these, that which is immovable moved, and that which is hidden appear and be manifest. Number 23. And if thou wilt see and behold these workmen, even by mortal things that are upon earth and in the deep, consider, O sun, how man is made and framed in the womb, and examine diligently the skill and cunning of the workman, and learn who it was that wrought and fashioned the beautiful and divine shape of man, who circumscribed and marked out his eyes, who bored his nostrils and ears, who opened his mouth, who stretched out and tied together his sinews, who channeled the veins, who hardened and made strong the bones, who clothed the flesh with skin, who divided the fingers and joints, who flatted and made broad the soles of the feet, who digged the pores, who stretched out the spleen, who made the heart like a pyramis, who made the liver broad, who made the lights spongy and full of holes, who made the belly large and capacious, who set to outward view the more honorable parts, and hid the filthy ones. Number 24. See how many arts in one matter, and how many works in one superscription, and all exceedingly beautiful, and all done in measure, and yet all differing. Number 25. Who hath made all these things? What mother? What father? Save only God, that is not manifest, that made all things by his own will. Number 26. And no man says that a statue or an image is made without a carver or a painter. And was this workmanship made without a workman? O great blindness! O great impiety! O great ignorance! Number 27. Never, O son Tat, canst thou deprive the workmanship of the workman. Rather, it is the best name of all the names of God to call him the Father of all. For so he is alone, and this is his work to be the Father. Number 28. And if thou wilt force me to say anything more boldly, it is his essence to be pregnant, or great with all things, and to make them. Number 29. And as without a maker it is impossible that anything should be made, so it is that he should not always be, and always be making all things in heaven, in the air, in the earth, in the deep, in the whole world, and in every part of the whole, that is or that is not. Number 30. For there is nothing in the whole world that is not himself, both the things that are and the things that are not. Number 31. For the things that are he hath made manifest, and the things that are not he hath hid in himself. Number 32. This is God that is better than any name, This is he that is secret. This is he that is most manifest. This is he that is to be seen by the mind. This is he that is visible to the eye. This is he that hath no body. And this is he that hath many bodies. Rather, there is nothing of any body which is not he. Number 33. For he alone is all things. Number 34. And for this cause he hath many names, because he is the one Father, and therefore he hath no name, because he is the Father of all. Number 35. Who therefore can bless thee, or give thanks for thee, or to thee? Number 36. Which way shall I look when I praise thee? Upward, downward, outward, inward? Number 37. For about these there is no manner, nor place, nor anything else of all things that are. Number 38. But all things are in thee, all things from thee. Thou givest all things, and takest nothing. For thou hast all things, and there is nothing that thou hast not. Number 39. When shall I praise thee, O Father? For it is neither possible to comprehend thy hour nor thy time. Number 40. For what shall I praise thee? For what thou hast made, or for what thou hast not made? For those things that thou hast manifested, or for those things thou hast hidden? Number 41. Wherefore shall I praise thee, as being of myself, or having anything of mine own, or rather being another's? Number 42. For thou art what I am, thou art what I do, thou art what I say. Number 43. Thou art all things, and there is nothing else thou art not. Number 44. Thou art thou, all that is made, and all that is not made. Number 45. The mind that understandeth. Number 46. The Father that maketh and frameth. Number 47. The good that worketh. Number 48. The good that doth all things. Number 49. Of the matter, the most subtle and slender is air. Of the air, the soul. Of the soul, the mind. Of the mind, God. The end of the 5th book. That God is not manifest, and yet most manifest. God, O Asclepius, is in nothing but in God alone, or rather God himself is the good always. Number 2. And if it be so, then must he be an essence or substance, void of all motion and generation, but nothing is void or empty of him. Number 3. And this essence hath about or in himself a stable and firm operation, wanting nothing, most full and giving abundantly. Number 4. One thing is the beginning of all things, for it giveth all things, and when I name the good, I mean that which is altogether and always good. Number 5. This is present to none but God alone, for he wanteth nothing that he should desire to have it, nor can anything be taken from him, the loss whereof may grieve him, for sorrow is a part of evilness. Number 6. Nothing is stronger than he, that he should be opposed by it, nor nothing equal to him, that he should be in love with it, nothing unheard of to be angry, with nothing wiser to be envious at. Number 7. And none of these being in his essence, what remains but only the good? Number 8. For as in this, being such an essence, there is none of the evils, so in none of the other things shall the good be found. Number 9. For in all other things are all those other things, as well in the small as the great, and as well in the particulars as in this living creature, the greater and mightiest of all. Number 10. For all things that are made or generated are full of passion, generation itself being a passion, and where passion is, there is not the good. Where the good is, there is no passion. Where it is day, it is not night. Where it is night, it is not day. Number 11. Wherefore it is impossible that in generation should be the good, but only in that which is not generated or made. Number 12. Yet as the participation of all things is in the matter bound, so also of that which is good. After this manner is the world good, as it maketh all things, and in the part of making or doing it is good, but in all other things not good. Number 13. For it is passible and movable, and the maker of passible things. Number 14. In man also the good is ordered, or taketh denomination, in comparison of that which is evil. For that which is not very evil is here good, and that which is here called good is the least particle or proportion of evil. Number 15. It is impossible, therefore, that the good should be here pure from evil, for here the good groweth evil, and growing evil, it doth not still abide good, and not abiding good, it becomes evil. Number 16. Therefore in God alone is the good, or rather God is the good. Number 17. Therefore, O Asclepius, there is nothing in men or among men but the name of good. The thing itself is not, for it is impossible for a material body receiveth or comprehendeth, is not as being on every side encompassed and coacted with evils, and labors, and griefs, and desires, and wrath, and deceits, and foolish opinions. Number 18. And in that which is the worst of all, Asclepius, every one of the four names things is here believed to be the greatest good, especially that supreme mischief, the pleasure of the belly, and the ringleader of all evils. Error is here the absence of the good. Number 19. And I give thanks unto God, that concerning the knowledge of good, put this assurance in my mind, that it is impossible it should be in the world. Number 20. For the world is the fullness of evilness, but God is the fullness of good, or good of God. Number 21. For the eminencies of all appearing beauty are in the essence more pure and more sincere, and peradventure they are also the essence of it. Number 22. For we must be bold to say, Asclepius, that the essence of God, if he have an essence, is that which is fair or beautiful, but no good is comprehended in this world. Number 23. For all things that are subject to the eye are idols, and as it were shadows, but those things that are not subject to the eye are ever, especially the essence of the fair and the good. Number 24. And as the eye cannot see God, so neither the fair and the good. Number 25. For those are the parts of God that partake the nature of the whole, proper and familiar unto him alone, inseparable, most lovely, whereof either God is enamored, or they are enamored of God. Number 26. If thou canst understand God, thou shalt understand the fair and the good, which is most shining and enlightening, and most enlightened by God. Number 27. For that beauty is above comparison, and that good is inimitable, as God himself. Number 28. As therefore thou understandest God, so understand the fair and the good, for these are incommunicable to any other living creatures, because they are inseparable from God. Number 29. If thou seek concerning God, thou seekest or asketh also of the fair, for there is one way which leadeth to the same thing, that is piety with knowledge. Number 30. Wherefore they that are ignorant, and go not in the way of piety, dare call men fair and good, never seeing so much as in a dream what good is, but being enfolded and wrapped upon all evil, and believing that evil is the good, they by that means both use it insatiable, and are afraid to be deprived of it, and therefore they strive by all possible means that they may not only have it, but also increase it. Number 31. Such, O Asclepius, are the good and fair things of men, which we can neither love nor hate, for this is the hardest thing of all, that we have need of them, and cannot live without them. The end of the 6th book, that in God alone is good. To his son Tat. Tat. In the general speeches, O Father, discoursing of the divinity, thou speakest enigmatically, and didst not clearly reveal thyself, saying that no man can be saved before regeneration. Number 2. And when I did humbly entreat thee, at the going up to the mountain, after thou hadst discoursed to me, having a great desire to learn this argument of regeneration, because among all the rest I am ignorant only of this, thou toldst me thou wouldst impart it to me, when I would estrange myself from the world, whereupon I made myself ready, and have vindicated the understanding that is in me from the deceit of the world. Number 3. Now then fulfill my defect, and as thou saidst, instruct me of regeneration, either by word of mouth or secretly, for I know not, O Trismegistus, of what substance, or what seed, of what womb a man is thus born. Number 4. Herm. O son, this wisdom is to be understood in silence, and the seed is the true good. Number 5. Tat. Who soweth it, O Father? For I am utterly ignorant and doubtful. Number 6. Herm. The will of God, O Son. Number 7. And what manner of men is he that is thus born? For in this point I am clean deprived of the essence that understandeth in me. Number 8. Herm. The Son of God will be another. God made the universe, that in everything consisteth of all powers. Number 9. Tat. Thou tellest me a riddle, Father, and dost not speak as a father to a son. Number 10. Herm. Son, things of this kind are not taught, but are by God, when he pleaseth, brought to remembrance. Number 11. Tat. Thou speakest of things strained or far-fetched and impossible, Father, and therefore I will directly contradict them. Number 12, Herm. Wilt thou prove a stranger, son, to thy father's kind? Number 13, Tat. Do not envy me, father, or pardon me. I am thy natural son. Discourse unto me the manner of regeneration. Number 14, Herm. What shall I say, O my son? I have nothing to say more than this, that I see in myself an unstrange sight or spectacle, made by the mercy of God, and I am gone out of myself into an immortal body, and am not now what I was before, but was begotten in mind. Number 15. This thing is not taught, nor is it to be seen in this formed element, for which the first compounded form was neglected by me, and that I am now separated from it. For I have both the touch and the measure of it, yet I am now estranged from them. Number 16. Thou seest, O son, with thine eyes, but though thou never look so steadfastly upon me with the body and the bodily sight, thou canst not see nor understand what I am now. Number 17, Tat. Thou hast driven me, O Father, into no small fury and distraction of mind, for I do not now see myself. Number 18, Herm. I would, O son, that thou also wert gone out of thyself, like them that dream in their sleep. Number 19, Tat. Then tell me this, who is the author and maker of regeneration? Number 20, Herm. The child of God, one man by the will of God. Number 21, Tat. Now, O Father, thou hast put me to silence forever, for all my former thoughts have quite left and forsaken me, for I see the greatness and shape of things here below, and nothing but falsehood in them all. Number 22. And so thence this mortal form is daily changed, and turned by time into increase or diminution, as being falsehood. What therefore is true, O Trismegistus? Number 23, Trism. That, O my son, which is not troubled, nor bounded, nor colored, nor figured, nor changed, that which is naked, high, comprehensible only of itself, unalterable, unbodily. Number 24, Tat. Now I am mad indeed, O Father, for when I thought me to have been made a wise man by thee, with these thoughts, thou hast quite dulled all my senses. Number 25, Herm. Yet is it so, as I say, O son, he that looketh only upon that which is carried upward as fire, that which is carried downward as earth, that which is moist as water, and that which bloweth or is subject to blast as air. How can he sensibly understand that which is neither hard, nor moist, nor tangible, nor perspicuous, seeing it is only understood in power and operation? For I beseech and pray to the mind which alone can understand the generation which is in God. Number 26, Tat. Then am I, O Father, utterly unable to do it. Number 27, Herm. God forbid, son, rather draw or pull him unto thee, or study to know him, and he will come. Be but willing, and it shall be done. Quiet, or make idle, the senses of the body, purging thyself from the unreasonable, brutish torments of matter. Number 28, Tat. Have I any revengers or tormentors in myself, Father? Number 29, Herm. Yea, and those not a few, but many, and fearful ones. Number 30, Tat. I do not know them, Father. Number 31, Herm. One torment, son, is ignorance. A second, sorrow. A third, intemperance. A fourth, concupiscence. A fifth, injustice. A sixth, covetousness. A seventh, deceit. An eighth, envy. A ninth, fraud or guile. A 10th, wrath. An 11th, rashness. A 12th, maliciousness. Number 32. They are in number 12, and under these many more, some which through the prison of the body do force the inwardly placed man to suffer sensibly. Number 33. And they do not suddenly or easily depart from him that hath obtained mercy of God, and herein consists both the manner and the reason of regeneration. Number 34. For the rest, O son, hold thy peace, and praise God in silence, and by that means the mercy of God will not cease or be wanting unto us. Number 35. Therefore rejoice, my son, from henceforward, being purged by the powers of God to the knowledge of the truth. Number 36. For the revelation of God is come to us, and when that came, all ignorance was cast out. Number 37. The knowledge of joy is come unto us, and when that comes, sorrow shall fly away to them that are capable. Number 38. I call unto joy the power of temperance, a power whose virtue is most sweet. Let us take her unto ourselves, O son, most willingly. For how at her coming hath she put away intemperance? Number 39. Now I call forth continence, the power which is over concupiscence. This, O son, is the stable and firm foundation of justice. Number 40. For see how without labor she hath chased away injustice, and we are justified, O son, when injustice is away. Number 41. The sixth virtue, which comes into us, I call communion, which is against covetousness. Number 42. And when that covetousness is gone, I call truth, and when she cometh, error and deceit vanisheth. Number 43. See, O son, how the good is fulfilled by the access of truth, for by this means envy is gone from us, for truth is accompanied with the good, together also with life and light. Number 44. And there came no more any torment of darkness, but being overcome, they all fled away suddenly and tumultuously. Number 45. Thou hast understood, O son, the manner of regeneration, for upon the coming of these 10, the intellectual generation is perfected, and then it driveth away the 12th, and we have seen it in the generation itself. Number 46. Whosoever therefore hath of mercy obtained this generation, which is according to God, he leaving all bodily sense, knoweth himself to consist of divine things, and rejoiceth, being made by God stable and immutable. Number 47. Tat. O Father, I conceive and understand, not by the sight of mine eyes, but by the intellectual operation, which is by the powers. I am in heaven, in the earth, in the water, in the air. I am in living creatures, in plants, in the womb, everywhere. Number 48. Yet tell me further this one thing. How are the torments of darkness, being in number 12, driven away and expelled by the 10 powers? What is the manner of it, Trismegistus? Number 49. This tabernacle, O sun, consists of the zodiacal circle, and this consisting of 12 numbers, the idea of one. But all formed nature admit divers conjugations to the deceiving of man. Number 50. And though they be different in themselves, yet are they united in practice, as, for example, rashness is inseparable from anger, and they are also indeterminate. Therefore with good reason do they make their departure, being driven away by the 10 powers, that is to say, by the dead. Number 51. For the number of 10, O sun, is the begetter of souls, and their life and light are united, where the number of unity is born of the Spirit. Number 52. Therefore, according to reason, unity hath the number of 10, and the number of 10 hath unity. Number 53. Tat. O Father, I now see the universe and myself in the mind. Number 54. Herm. This is regeneration, O Son, that we should not any longer fix our imagination upon this body, subject to the 3 dimensions. According to this speech, which we have now commented, that we not at all calluminate the universe. Number 55. Tat. Tell me, O Father, this body that consists of powers, shall it ever admit of dissolution? Number 56. Herm. Good word, son, and speak not things impossible, for so thou shalt sin, and the eye of thy mind grow wicked. Number 57. The sensible body of nature is far from the essential generation, for that is subject to dissolution. But this is not, and that is mortal, but this immortal. Dost thou not know that thou art born a god, and the son of the one, as I am? Number 58. Tat. How fain would I, O Father, hear that praise given by a hymn, which thou saidst thou heardest from the powers, when I was in the octonary. Number 59. Herm. As Pymander said, by way of oracle to the octonary, thou dost well, O Son, to desire the solution of the tabernacle, for thou art purified. Number 60. Pymander, the mind of absolute power and authority, hath delivered no more unto me than those that are written. Knowing that of myself, I can understand all things, and hear and see what I will. And he commanded me to do those things that are good, and therefore all the powers that are in me sing. Number 61. Tat. I would hear thee, O Father, and understand these things. Number 62. Herm. Be quiet, O Son, and now hearken to that harmonious blessing and thanksgiving, the hymn of regeneration, which I did not determine to have spoken of so plainly, but to thyself in the end of all. Number 63. Whereof this is not taught, but hid in silence. Number 64. So then, O Son, do thou, standing in the open air, worship, looking to the north wind, about the going down of the sun, and to the south, when the sun ariseth, and now keep silence, Son. The secret song, the holy speech. Number 65. Let all the nature of the world entertain the hearing of this hymn. Number 66. Be opened, O earth, and let all the treasure of the rain be opened. Number 67. You trees, tremble not, for I will sing and praise the Lord of the creation, and the all, and the one. Number 68. Be opened, you heavens, Ye winds, stand still, and let the immortal circle of God receive these words. Number 69. For I will sing and praise him that created all things, that fixed the earth and hung upon the heavens, and commanded the sweet water to come out of the ocean, into all the world, inhabited and not inhabited, to the use and nourishment of all things or men. Number 70. That commanded the fire to shine for every action, both to gods and men. Number 71. Let us altogether give him blessing, which rideth upon the heavens, the Creator of all nature. Number 72. This is he that is the eye of the mind, and will accept the praise of my powers. Number 73. O all ye powers that are in me, praise the one and all. Number 74. Sing together with my will, all you powers that are in me. Number 75. O holy knowledge, being enlightened by thee, I magnify the intelligible light, and rejoice in the joy of the mind. Number 76. All my powers sing praise with me, and now my countenance sing. Praise my righteousness by me, praise that which is righteous. Number 77. O communion which is in me, praise the all. Number 78. By me the truth sings praise to the truth. The good praiseth the good. Number 79. O life, O light from us unto you, comes this praise and thanksgiving. Number 80. I give thanks unto thee, O Father, the operation or act of my powers. Number 81. I give thanks unto thee, O God, the power of my operations. Number 82. By me the word sings praise unto thee. Receive by me this reasonable or verbal sacrifice in words. Number 83. The powers that are in me cry those things. They praise thee all. They fulfill thy will. Thy will and counsel is from thee unto thee. Number 84. O all, receive a reasonable sacrifice from all things. Number 85. O life, shall all that is in us, O light, enlighten. O God, the Spirit, for the mind guideth or feedeth the word. O Spirit-bearing workman. Number 86. Thou art God. Thy man crieth these things unto thee through, by the fire, by the air, by the earth, by the water, by the Spirit, by thy creatures. Number 87. From eternity I have found means to bless and praise thee, and I have what I seek, for I rest in thy will. Number 88. Tat. O Father, I see thou hast sung this song of praise and blessing with thy whole will, and therefore have I put and placed it in my world. Number 89. Herm. Say in thy intelligible world, O Son. Number 90. Tat. I do mean in my intelligible world, for by thy hymn and song of praise my mind is enlightened, and gladly would I send from my understanding a thanksgiving unto God. Number 91. Herm. Not rashly, O Son. Number 92. Tat. In my mind, O Father. Number 93. Herm. Those things that I see and contemplate, I infuse them into thee, and therefore say thou, Son, Tat, the author of thy succeeding generations, I send unto God these reasonable sacrifices. Number 94. O God, thou art the Father, thou art the Lord, thou art the Mind. Accept these reasonable sacrifices which thou requirest of me. Number 95. For all things are done as the mind willeth. Number 96. Thou, O Son, send this acceptable sacrifice to God, the Father of all things, but propound it also, O Son, by word. Number 97. Tat. I thank thee, Father. Thou hast advised and instructed me thus to give thanks and praise. Number 98. Herm. I am glad, O Son, to see the truth bring forth the fruits of good things, and such immortal branches. Number 99. And learn this from me. Above all other virtues entertain silence, and impart unto no man, O Son, the tradition of regeneration, lest we be reputed calumniators. For we both have now sufficiently meditated, I in speaking, thou in hearing. And now thou dost intellectually know thyself and our Father. Whither are you carried, O men, drunken with drinking strong wine of ignorance, which seeing you cannot bear, why do you vomit it up again? Number 2. Stand and be sober, and look up again with the eyes of your heart, and if you cannot all do so, yet do so many as you can. Number 3. For the malice of ignorance surroundeth all the earth, and corrupteth the soul, shut up in the body, not suffering it to arrive at the havens of salvation. Number 4. Suffer not yourselves to be carried with the great stream, but stem the tide, you that can lay hold of the haven of safety, and make your full course towards it. Number 5. Seek on that may lead you by the hand, and conduct you to the door of truth and knowledge, where the clear light is that is pure from darkness, where there is not one drunken, but all are sober, and in their heart look up to him, whose pleasure it is to be seen. Number 6. For he cannot be heard with ears, nor seen with eyes, nor expressed in words, but only in mind and heart. Number 7. But first thou must tear to pieces and break through the garment thou wearest, the web of ignorance, the foundation of all mischief, the bond of corruption, the dark coverture, the living death, the sensible carcass, the sepulchre, carried about with us, the domestical thief, which, in what he loves us, hates us, envies us. Number 8. Such is the hurtful apparel wherewith thou art clothed, which draws and pulls thee downward by its own self, lest looking upward and seeing the beauty of truth, and the good that is reposed therein, thou shouldst hate the wickedness of this garment, and understand the traps and ambushes which it had laid for thee. Number 9. Therefore doth it labor to make good those things that seem and are by the senses, judged and determined, and the things that are truly it hides and envelopeth in much matter, filling what it presents unto thee with hateful pleasure, that thou canst neither hear what thou shouldst hear, nor see what thou shouldst see. The end of the 8th book. The greatest evil in man is the not knowing God. All that is moved, O Asclepius, is it not moved in something and by something? Number 2, Asclepius. Yes, indeed. Number 3, Herm. Must not that in which a thing is moved of necessity be greater than the thing that is moved? Number 4, of necessity. Number 5, and that which moveth is it not stronger than that which is moved? Number 6, Asclepius. It is stronger. Number 7, Herm. That in which a thing is moved, must it not needs have a nature contrary to that of the thing that is moved? Number 8, Asclepius. It must needs. Number 9, Herm. Is not this great world a body, than which there is no greater? Number 10, Asclepius. Yes, confessedly. Number 11, Herm. And is it not solid, as filled with many great bodies, and indeed with all the bodies that are? Number 12, Asclepius. It is so. Number 13, Herm. And is not the world a body, and a body that is moved? Number 14, Asclepius. It is. Number 15, Herm. Then what a kind of place must it be, wherein it is moved, and of what nature? Must it not be much bigger, that it may receive the continuity of motion? And lest which is moved should for want of room be stayed, and hindered in the motion. Number 16, Asclepius. It must needs be an immense thing, Trismegistus, but of what nature? Number 17, Herm. Of a contrary nature, O Asclepius, but is not the nature of things unbodily, contrary to a body? Number 18, Asclepius. Confessedly. Number 19, Herm. Therefore the place is unbodily, but that which is unbodily is either some divine thing, or God himself. And by something divine, I do not mean that which was made or begotten. Number 20. If therefore it be divine, it is an essence or substance. But if it be God, it is above essence, but he is otherwise intelligible. Number 21. For the first, God is intelligible, not to himself, but to us. For that which is intelligible is subject to that which understandeth by sense. Number 22. Therefore, God is not intelligible to himself, for not being any other thing from that which is understood, he cannot be understood by himself. Number 23. But he is another thing from us, and therefore he is understood by us. Number 24. If therefore place be intelligible, it is not place, but God. But if God be intelligible, he is intelligible not as place, but as a capable operation. Number 25. Now everything that is moved not in or by that which is moved, but in that which standeth or resteth. And that which moveth standeth or resteth, for it is impossible it should be moved with it. Number 26, Asclepius. How then, O Trismegistus, are those things that are here moved with the things that are moved? For thou sayest that the spheres that wander are moved by the sphere that wanders not. Number 27, Herm. That, O Asclepius, is not a moving together, but a counter motion, for they are not moved after a like manner, but contrary one to the other, and contrariety hath a standing resistance of motion. For the, or resistance, is a staying of motion. Number 28. Therefore the wandering spheres being moved contrarily to that sphere which wandereth not, shall have one from another contrarily standing of itself. Number 29. For this bear thou seest neither rise nor go down, but turning always about the same. Dost thou think it moveth or standeth still? Number 30, Asclepius. I think it moves, Trismegistus. Number 31. What motion, O Asclepius? Number 32, Asclepius. A motion that is always carried about the same. Number 33. But the circulation, which is about the same, and the motion about the same, are both hidden by station. For that which is about the same forbids that which is above the same, if it stand to that which is about the same. Number 34. And so the contrary motion stands fast always, being always established by the contrariety. Number 35. But I will give thee concerning this matter an earthly example that may be seen with eyes. Number 36. Look upon any of these living creatures upon earth, as man, for example, and see him swimming, for as the water is carried one way, the reluctation or resistance of his feet and hands is made a station to the man, that he should not be carried with the water, nor sink underneath it. Number 37, Asclepius. Thou hast laid down a very clear example, Trismegistus. Number 38, Herm. Therefore every motion is in station, and is moved of station. Number 39. The motion then of the world, and of every material living thing, happeneth not to be done by those things that are without the world, but by those things within it, a soul or spirit, or some other unbodily thing, to those things that are without it. Number 40. For an inanimate body doth not know, much less a body, if it be wholly inanimate. Number 41, Asclepius. What meanest thou by this, O Trismegistus? Wood and stones and all other inanimate things, are they not moving bodies? Number 42, Herm. By no means, O Asclepius, for that within the body, which moves the inanimate thing, is not the body. That moves both as well the body of that which beareth, as the body of that which is born. For one dead or inanimate thing cannot move another. That which moveth must needs be alive, if it move. Number 43. Thou seest therefore how the soul is surcharged, when it carrieth two bodies. Number 44. And now it is manifest that the things that are moved in something, and by something. Number 45, Asclepius. The things that are moved, O Trismegistus, must needs be moved in that which is void or empty, vacuum. Number 46. Be advised, O Asclepius, for all the things that are, there is nothing empty, only that which is not, is empty and a stranger to existence or being. Number 47. But that which is could not be if it were not full of existence, for that which is in being or existence can never be made empty. Number 48, Asclepius. Are there not therefore some things that are empty, O Trismegistus, as an empty barrel, an empty hogshead, an empty will, an empty winepress, and maybe such like? Number 49, Herm. O the grossness of thy error, O Asclepius! Those things that are most full and replenished, dost thou account them void and empty? Number 50, Asclepius. What may be thy meaning, Trismegistus? Number 51, Herm. Is not the air a body? Number 52, Asclepius. It is a body. Number 53, Herm. Why then this body? Does it not pass through all things that are, and passing through them, fill them? And that body, doth it not consist of the mixture of the four? Therefore all those things which thou callest empty are full of air. Number 54. Therefore those things thou callest empty, thou oughtest to call them hollow, not empty, for they exist and are full of air and spirit. Number 55, Asclepius. This reason is beyond all contradiction, O Trismegistus, but what shall we call the place in which the whole universe is moved? Number 56, Herm. Call it incorporeal, O Asclepius. Number 57, Asclepius. What is that incorporeal or unbodily? Number 58, Herm. The mind and reason, the whole, wholly comprehending itself, free from all body, undeceivable, invisible, impassible from a body itself, standing fast in itself, capable of all things, and that savor of the things that are. Number 59. Whereof the good, the truth, the archetypal light, the archetype of the soul, are, as it were, beams. Number 60, Asclepius. Why then, what is God? Number 61, Herm. That which is none of these things, yet is, and is the cause of being to all, and every one of the things that are, for he left nothing destitute of being. Number 62. And all things are made of things that are, and not of things that are not. For the things that are not have not the nature to be able to be made, and again the things that are have not the nature never to be, or not to be at all. Number 63, Asclepius. What dost thou then say at length that God is? Number 64, Herm. God is not a mind, but the cause that the mind is. Not a spirit, but the cause that the spirit is. Not light, but the cause that light is. Number 65. Therefore we must worship God by these two appellations, which are proper to him alone, and to no other. Number 67. And this he is and nothing else, but all other things are separable from the nature of good. Number 68. For the body and the soul have no place that is capable of or can contain the good. Number 69. For the greatness of good is as great as the existence of all things that are, both bodily and unbodily, both sensible and intelligible. Number 70. This is the good, even God. Number 71. See therefore that thou do not at any time call aught else good, for so thou shalt be impious, or any else God, but only the good, for so thou shalt again be impious. Number 72. In word it is often said by all men the good, but all men do not understand what it is. But through ignorance they call both the gods and some men good, that can never be or be made so. Number 73. Therefore all other gods are honored with the title or appellation of God, but God is the good, not according to heaven, but nature. Number 74. For there is one nature of God, even the good, and one kind of them both, from whence all are kinds. Number 75. For he that is good is the giver of all things, and takes nothing, and therefore God gives all things, and receives nothing. Number 76. The other title and appellation is the Father, because of his making all things, for it is the part of a father to make. Number 77. Therefore it hath been the greatest and most religious care in this life to them that are wise and well-minded to beget children. Number 78. As likewise it is the greatest misfortune and impiety for any to be separated from men without children. And this man is punished after death by the demons, and the punishment is this, to have the soul of this childless man adjudged and condemned to a body that neither hath the nature of a man nor of a woman, which is an accursed thing under the sun. Number 79. Therefore, O Asclepius, never congratulate any man that is childless, but on the contrary pity his misfortune, knowing what punishment abides and is prepared for him. Number 80. Let so many and such manner of things, O Asclepius, be said as a certain precognition of all things in nature. Forbear thy speech, O Hermes Trismegistus, and call to mind to those things that are said. But I will not delay to speak what comes into my mind. Since many men have spoken many things, and those very different concerning the universe and good, but I have not learned the truth. Number 2. Therefore the Lord make it plain to me in this point, for I will believe thee only for the manifestation of these things. Number 3. Then said the mind how the case stands. Number 4. God and all. Number 5. God, eternity, the world, time, generation. Number 6. God made eternity, eternity, the world, time, and time, generation. Number 7. Of God, as it were, the substance is the good, the fair, blessedness, wisdom. Number 8. Of eternity, identity or selfness. Number 9. Of the world, order. Number 10. Of time, change. Number 11. Of generation, life and death. Number 12. But the operation of God is mind and soul. Number 13. Of eternity, permanence, or long-lasting and immortality. Number 14. Of the world, restitution and decay or destruction. Number 15. Of time, augmentation and diminution. Number 16. And of generation, qualities. Number 17. Therefore, eternity is in God. Number 18. The world in eternity. Number 19. Time in the world. Number 20. And generation in time. Number 21. And eternity standeth about God. Number 22. The world is moved in eternity. Number 23. Time is determined in the world. Number 24. Generation is done in time. Number 25. Therefore, the spring and fountain of all things is God. Number 26. The substance, eternity. Number 27. The matter is the world. Number 28. The power of God is eternity. Number 29. And the work of eternity is the world not yet made, and yet ever made by eternity. Number 30. Therefore shall nothing be at any time destroyed, for eternity is incorruptible. Number 31. Neither can anything perish, or be destroyed in the world being contained and embraced by eternity. Number 32. But what is the wisdom of God? Even the good and the fair, and blessedness, and every virtue, and eternity. Number 33. Eternity, therefore, put into the matter immortality and everlastingness, for the generation of that depends upon eternity, even as eternity doth of God. Number 34. For generation and time, in heaven and in earth, are of a double nature. In heaven they are unchangeable and incorruptible, but on earth they are changeable and corruptible. Number 35. And the soul of eternity is God, and the soul of the world, eternity, and of the earth, heaven. Number 36. God is in the mind in the soul in the matter, all things by eternity. Number 37. All this universal body, in which are all bodies, is full of soul, the soul full of mind, the mind full of God. Number 38. For within he fills them, and without he contains them, quickening the universe. Number 39. Without he quickens this perfect living thing, the world, and within all living creatures. Number 40. And above in heaven he abides in identity or selfness, but below upon earth he changeth generation. Number 41. Eternity comprehendeth the world either by necessity or providence or nature. Number 42. And if any man shall think any other thing, it is God that actuateth or operateth this all. Number 43. But the operation or act of God is power insuperable, to which none may compare anything, even humane or divine. Number 44. Therefore, O Hermes, think none of these things below, or the things above, in any ways like unto God, for if thou dost, thou errest from the truth. Number 45. For nothing can be like the unlike, and only and one, nor mayest thou think that he hath given of this power to any other thing. Number 46. For who after him can make anything, either of life or immortality, of change or of quality? And himself what other things should he make? Number 47. For God is not idle, for then all things would be idle, for all things are full of God. Number 48. But there is not anywhere in the world such a thing as idleness, for idleness is a name that implieth a thing void or empty, both of a doer and a thing done. Number 49. But all things must necessarily be made or done both always, and according to the nature of every place. Number 50. For he that maketh or doth is in all things, yet not fastened or comprehended in anything, nor making or doing one thing, but all things. Number 51. For being an active or operating power, and sufficient of himself for the things that are made, and the things that are made are under him. Number 52. Look upon through me, the world is subject to thy sight, and understand exactly the beauty thereof. Number 53. A body perpetual, than the which there is nothing more ancient, yet always vigorous and young. Number 54. See also the 7 worlds set over us, adorned with an everlasting order, and filling eternity with a different course. Number 55. For all things are full of light, but the fire is nowhere. Number 56. For the friendship and commixture of contraries and unlike become light shining from the act or operation of God, the Father of all good, the Prince of all order, and the ruler of the 7 worlds. Number 57. Look also upon the moon, the forerunner of them all, the instrument of nature, and which changeth the matter here below. Number 58. Behold the earth, the middle of the whole, the firm and stable foundation of the fair world, the feeder and nurse of earthly things. Number 59. Consider moreover how great the multitude is of immortal living things, and of mortal ones also, and see the moon going about in the midst of both, to wit, of things immortal and mortal. Number 60. But all things are full of soul, and all things are properly moved by it, some things about the heaven, and some things about the earth. And neither of those on the right hand to the left, nor those on the left hand to the right, nor those things that are above, downward, nor those things that are below, upwards. Number 61. And that all these things are made, O beloved Hermes, thou needst not learn of me. Number 62. For they are bodies, and have a soul, and are moved. Number 63. And that all these things should come together into one, it is impossible without something to gather them together. Number 64. Therefore there must be some such ones, and he altogether one. Number 65. For seeing that the motions are divers, and many, and the bodies not alike, and yet one ordered swiftness among them all, it is impossible there should be 2 or more makers. Number 66. For one order is not kept by many. Number 67. But in the weaker there would be jealousy of the stronger, and thence also contentions. Number 68. And if there were one maker of multiple mortal living whites, he would desire also to make immortal ones, as he that were the maker of immortal ones would do to make mortal. Number 69. Moreover, also, if there were 2, the matter of being one, who should be chief or have the disposing of the future? Number 70. Or if both of them, which of them the greater part? Number 71. But thinks this thus, that every living body hath its consistence of matter and soul, and of that which is immortal, and that which is mortal and unreasonable. Number 72. For all living bodies have a soul, and those things that are not living are only matter by itself. Number 73. And the soul likewise of itself drawing near her Maker is the cause of life and being the cause of life is, after a manner, the cause of immortal things. Number 74. How then are mortal whites other from immortal? Number 75. Or how cannot he make living whites that causeth immortal things and immortality? Number 76. That there is some body that doth these things, it is apparent, and that he is also one, it is most manifest. Number 77. For there is one soul, one life, and one matter. Number 78. Who is this? Who can it be other than the one God? Number 79. For whom else can it benefit to make living things, save only God alone? Number 80. There is therefore one God. Number 81. For it is a ridiculous thing to confess the world to be one sun, one moon, one divinity, and yet to have, I know not how many gods. Number 82. He therefore being one, doth all things in many things. Number 83. And what great thing is it for God to make life and soul and immortality and change when thyself does so many things? Number 84. For thou both seest and speakest, and hearest, smellest, tastest, and touchest, walkest, understandest, and breathest. Number 85. And it is not one that sees, and another that heareth, and another that speaketh, and another that toucheth, and another that smelleth, and another that walketh, and another that understandeth, and another that breatheth, but one that doth all these things. Number 86. Yet neither can these things possibly be without God. Number 87. For as thou, if thou shouldest cease from doing these things, were not a living wight, so if God should cease from those, he were not, which is not lawful to say, any longer God. Number 88. For if it be already demonstrated that nothing can be idle or empty, how much more may be affirmed of God? Number 89. For if there be anything which he doth not do, then is he, if it were lawful to say so, imperfect. Number 90. Whereas seeing he is not idle, but perfect, certainly he doth all things. Number 91. Now give thyself unto me, O Hermes, for a little while. Thou shalt the more easily understand that it is the necessary work of God, that all things should be made or done that are done, or were once done, or shall be done. Number 92. And this, O best beloved, is life. Number 93. And this is the fair. Number 94. And this is the good. Number 95. And this is God. Number 96. And if thou wilt understand this by work also, mark what happens to thyself when thou wilt generate. Number 97. And yet this is not like unto him, for he is not sensible of pleasure, for neither hath he any other fellow workman. Number 98. But being himself the only workman, he is also in the work, himself being that which he doth or maketh. Number 99. For all things, if they were separate from him, must needs fall and die, as there being no life in them. Number 100. And again, if all things be living wights, both which are in heaven and upon earth, and that there be one life in all things which are made by God, and that is God, then certainly all things are made or done by God. Number 101. Life is the union of the mind and the soul. Number 102. But death is not the destruction of those things that were gathered together, but a dissolving of the union. Number 103. The image therefore of God is eternity, of eternity the world, of the world the Son, of the Son man. Number 104. But the people say that changing is death, because the body is dissolved, and the life goeth into that which appeareth not. Number 105. By this discourse, my dearest Hermes, I affirm as thou hearest, that the world is changed, because every day part thereof becomes invisible, and that it is never dissolved. Number 106. and these are the passions of the world, revolutions and occultations, and revolution is a turning, but occultation is renovation. Number 107. And the world being all formed hath not the forms lying without it, but itself changeth in itself. Number 108. Seeing then the world is all formed, what must he be that made it? For without form he cannot be. Number 109. And if he be all formed, he will be kept like the world. But if he have but one form, he shall be in this regardless of the world. Number 110. What do we then say that he is? We will not raise any doubts by our speech, for nothing that is doubtful concerning God is yet known. Number 111. He hath therefore one idea, which is proper to him, which, because it is unbodily, is not subject to the sight, and yet shows all forms by the bodies. Number 112. And do not wonder if there be an incorruptible idea. Number 113. For they are like the margins of the speech, which is in writing, for they seem to be high and swelling, but they are by nature smooth and even. Number 114. But understand well this that I say, more boldly, for it is more true. As man cannot live without life, so neither can God live not doing good. Number 115. For this is, as it were, the life and motion of God, to move all things and quicken them. Number 116. But some of the things I have said must have a particular explanation. Understand, then, what I say. Number 117. All things are in God, not as lying in a place, for place is both a body and immovable, and those things that are placed have no motion. Number 118. For they lie otherwise in that which is unbodily than in the fantasy or to appearance. Number 119. Consider him that contains all things, and understand that nothing is more capacious than that which is incorporeal, nothing more swift, nothing more powerful, but it is most capacious, most swift, and most strong. Number 120. And judge of this by thyself, command thy soul to go into India, and sooner than thou canst bid it, it will be there. Number 121. Bid it likewise pass over the ocean, and suddenly it will be there, not as passing from place to place, but suddenly it will be there. Number 122. Command it to fly into heaven, and it will not need no wings, neither shall anything hinder it, not the fire of the sun, not the ether, not the turning to the spheres, not the bodies of any other stars, but cutting through all, it will fly up to the last and furthest body. Number 123. And if thou wilt even break the whole, and see those things that are without the world, if there be anything without, thou mayest. Number 124. Behold, how great power, how great swiftness thou hast! Canst thou do all these things, and cannot God? Number 125. After this manner, therefore, contemplate God to have all the whole world to himself, as it were, all thoughts, all intellections. Number 126. If therefore thou wilt not equal thyself to God, thou canst not understand God. Number 127. For the like is intelligible by the like. Number 128. Increase thyself unto an immeasurable greatness, leaping beyond every body, and transcending all time. Become eternity, and thou shalt understand God. If thou believe in thyself, that nothing is impossible, but accountest thyself immortal, and that thou canst understand all things, every art, every science, and the manner and custom of every living thing. Number 129. Become higher than all height, lower than all depths. Comprehend in thyself the qualities of all the creatures, of the fire, the water, the dry and moist, and conceive likewise that thou canst at once be everywhere, in the sea, in the earth. Number 130. Thou shalt at once understand thyself, not yet begotten in the womb, young, old, to be dead, the things after death, and all these together, as also times, places, deeds, qualities, quantities, or else thou canst not yet understand God. Number 131. But if thou shut up thy soul in the body, and abuse it, and say, I understand nothing, I can do nothing, I am afraid of the sea, I cannot climb up to heaven, I know not who I am, I cannot tell what I shall be. What hast thou to do with God? For thou canst understand none of those fair and good things, and be a lover of the body and evil. Number 132. For it is the greatest evil not to know God. Number 133. But to be able to know, and to will, and to hope, is the straight way, and divine way, proper to the good, and it will everywhere meet thee, and everywhere be seen of thee, plain and easy, when thou dost not expect or look for it. It will meet thee waking, sleeping, sailing, traveling by night, by day, when thou speakest, and when thou keepest silence. Number 134. For there is nothing which is not the image of God. Number 135. And yet thou sayest, God is invisible. But be advised, for who is more manifest than he? Number 136. For therefore hath he made all things, that thou by all things mayest see him. Number 137. This is the good of God. This is the virtue to appear and to be seen in all things. Number 138. There is nothing invisible, no, not of those things that are incorporeal. Number 139. The mind is seen in understanding, and God is seen in doing or making. Number 140. Let these things thus far forth be made manifest unto thee, O Trismegistus. Number 141. Understand in like manner all other things by thyself, and thou shalt not be deceived. The end of the 10th book, The Mind to Hermes. The mind, O Tat, is of the very essence of God, if yet there be any essence of God. Number 2. What kind of essence that is, he alone knows himself exactly. Number 3. The mind therefore is not cut off or divided from the essentiality of God, but united as the light of the sun. Number 4. And this mind in men is God, and therefore are some men divine, and their humanity is near divinity. Number 5. For the good demon called the gods immortal men, and the men mortal gods. Number 6. But in the brute beast, or unreasonable living wights, the mind is their nature. Number 7. For where there is a soul, there is the mind, as where there is life, there is also a soul. Number 8. In living creatures, therefore, that are without reason, the soul is life, void of the operations of the mind. Number 9. For the mind is the benefactor of the souls of men, and worketh to the proper good. Number 10. And in unreasonable things it cooperateth with the nature of every one of them, but in men it worketh against their natures. Number 11. For the soul being in the body is straightway made evil by sorrow and grief and pleasure or delight. Number 12. For grief and pleasure flow like juices from the compound body, whereinto when the soul entereth or descendeth, she is moistened and tinctured with them. Number 13. As many souls, therefore, as the mind governeth or overruleth, to them it shows its own light, resisting their prepossessions or presumptions. Number 14. As a good physician grieveth the body, prepossessed of a disease, by burning or lancing it for health's sake. Number 15. After the same manner, also the mind grieveth the soul, by drawing it out of pleasure, from whence every disease of the soul proceedeth. Number 16. But the great disease of the soul is atheism, because that opinion followeth to all evil and no good. Number 17. Therefore the mind, resisting, it procureth good to the soul, as a physician to the body. Number 18. But as many souls of men as do not admit or entertain the mind for their governor, do suffer the same thing that the soul of unreasonable living things. Number 19. For the soul being a cooperator with them, permits or leaves them to their concupiscences, whereunto they are carried by the torrent of their appetite, and so tend to brutishness. Number 20. And as brute beasts, they are angry without reason, and they desire without reason, and never cease, nor are satisfied with evil. Number 21. For unreasonable angers and desires are the most exceeding evils. Number 22. And therefore hath God set the mind over there, as a revenger and reprover of them. Number 23. Tat. Hear, O Father, that discourse of fate, of destiny, which thou madest to me, is in danger of being overthrown. For if it be fatal for any man to commit adultery or sacrilege, or do any evil, he is punished also, though he of necessity do the work of the fate or destiny. Number 24. Herm. All things, O Son, are the work of fate, and without it can no bodily thing, either good or evil, be done. Number 25. For it is decreed by fate, that he that doth any evil should also suffer for it. Number 26. And therefore he doth it, that he may suffer that which he suffereth, because he did it. Number 27. But for the present, let alone that speech concerning evil and fate, for at other times we have spoken of it. Number 28. Now our discourse is about the mind, and what it can do, and how it differs, and is in men such a one, but in brute beasts changed. Number 29. And again in brute beasts it is not beneficial, but in men by quenching both their anger and concupiscences. Number 30. And of man thou must understand, some to be rational or governed by reason, and some irrational. Number 31. But all men are subject to fate and to generation and change, for these are the beginning and end of fate or destiny. Number 32. And all men suffer those things that are decreed by fate. Number 33. But rational men, over whom, as we said, the mind bears rule, do not suffer like unto other men, but being free from viciousness, and being not evil, they do suffer evil. Number 34. Tat. How sayest thou this again, Father? An adulterer, is he not evil? A murderer, is he not evil, and so of others? Number 35. Herm. But the rational man, O son, will not suffer for adultery, but as the adulterer, not for murder, but as the murderer. Number 36. And it is impossible to escape the quality of change as of generation, but the viciousness he that hath the mind may escape. Number 37. And therefore, O son, I have always heard the good demons say, and if he had delivered it in writing, he had much profited all mankind. For he alone, O son, as the firstborn, God seeing all things, truly spake divine words. I have heard him sometimes, that all things are one thing, especially intelligible bodies, or that all especially intelligible bodies are one. Number 38. We live in power, in act, and in eternity. Number 39. Therefore a good mind is that which the soul of him is. Number 40. And if this be so, then no intelligible thing differs from intelligible things. Number 41. As therefore it is possible that the mind, the prince of all things, so likewise that the soul that is of God can do whatsoever it will. Number 42. But understand thou well, for this discourse I have made to the question which thou asked of me before, I, man, concerning fate and the mind. Number 43. First, if, O son, thou shalt diligently withdraw thyself from all contentious speeches, thou shalt find that in truth the mind, the soul of God, bears rule over all things, both over fate and law and all other things. Number 44. And nothing is impossible to him, no, not of the things that are of fate. Number 45. Therefore, though the soul of man be above it, let it not neglect the things that happen to be under fate. Number 46. And these thus far were the excellent sayings of the good demon. Number 47. Tat. Most divinely spoken, O Father, and truly and profitably, yet clear this one thing unto me. Number 48. Thou sayest that in brute beasts the mind worketh or acteth after the manner of nature, cooperating also with their impetus, inclinations. Number 49. Now the impetus inclinations of brute beasts, as I conceive, are passions. If therefore the mind do cooperate with these impetus inclinations, and that they are the passions in brute beasts, certainly the mind is also a passion, conforming itself to passions. Number 50. Herm. Well done, son. Thou ask it nobly, and yet it is just what I should answer thee. Number 51. All incorporeal things, O son, that are in the body, are passible, nay, they are properly passions. Number 52. Everything that moveth is incorporeal. Everything that is moved is a body, and it is moved into the bodies by the mind. Now, motion is passion, and there they both suffer, as well that which moveth as that which is moved, as well that which ruleth as that which is ruled. Number 53. But being freed from the body, it is freed likewise from passion. Number 54. But especially, O Son, there is nothing impassable, but all things are passable. Number 55. But passion differs from that which is passable, for that passion acteth, but this suffers. Number 56. Bodies also of themselves do act, for either they are unmovable, or else moved, and whichsoever it be, it is a passion. Number 57. But incorporeal things do always act or work, and therefore they are passable. Number 58. Let not therefore the appellations or names trouble thee, for act and passion are the same thing, but that it is not grievous to use the more honorable name. Number 59. Tat. O Father, thou hast delivered this discourse most plainly. Number 60. Herm. Consider this also, O Son, that God hath freely bestowed upon man above all other living things, these two, to wit, mind and speech, or reason, equal to immortality. Number 61. These if any man use or employ upon what he ought, he shall differ nothing from the immortals. Number 62. Yea, rather going out of the body, he shall be guided and led by them, both into the choir and society of the God and blessed ones. Number 63. Tat. Do not other living creatures use speech, O Father? Number 64. Herm. No, Son, but only voice. Now speech and voice do differ exceeding much, for speech is common to all men, but voice is proper unto every kind of living thing. Number 65. Tat. Yea, but the speech of men is different, O Father, every man according to his nation. Number 66. Herm. It is true, O Son, they do differ. Yet as man is one, so is speech one also, and it is interpreted and found the same, both in Egypt, Persia, and Greece. Number 67. But thou seemest unto me, Son, to be ignorant of the virtue, or power and greatness of speech. Number 68. For the blessed God, the good demon, said or commanded the soul to be in the body, the mind in the soul, the word or speech or reason in the mind, and the mind in God, and that God is the Father of them all. Number 69. Therefore the Word is the image of the mind, and the mind of God, and the body of the idea, and the idea of the soul. Number 70. Therefore of the matter the subtlest or smallest part is air, of the air the soul, of the soul the mind, of the mind God. Number 71. And God is about all things and through all things, but the mind about the soul about the air, and the air about the matter. Number 72. But necessity and providence and nature are the organs or instruments of the world and of the order of matter. Number 73. For of those things that are intelligible, every one is, but the essence of them is identity. Number 74. But of the bodies of the whole, or universe, every one is many things. Number 75. For the bodies that are put together, and that have, and make their changes into other, having this identity, do always and preserve the incorruption of the identity. Number 76. But in every one of the compound bodies there is a number. Number 77. Without number it is impossible there should be consistence or constitution or composition or dissolution. Number 78. But unities do both beget and increase numbers, and again being dissolved, come into themselves. Number 79. And the matter is one. Number 80. But this whole world, the great God, and the image of the greater, and united unto him, and concerning the order and will of the Father, is the fullness of life. Number 81. And there is nothing therein through all the eternity of the revolution, neither of the whole, nor of the parts, which doth not live. Number 82. For there is nothing dead that either hath been, or is, or shall be in the world. Number 83. For the Father would have it, as long as it lasts, to be a living thing, and therefore it must needs be God also. Number 84. How therefore, O Son, can there be in God, in the image of the universe, in the fullness of life, any dead things? Number 85. For dying is corruption, and corruption is destruction. Number 86. How then can any part of the incorruptible be corrupted, or of God be destroyed? Number 87. Tat. Therefore, O Father, do not the living things in the world die, though they be parts thereof? Number 88. Herm. Be wary of thy speech, O Son, and not deceived in the names of things. Number 89. For they do not die, O Son, but as compound bodies they are dissolved. Number 90. But dissolution is not death. They are dissolved, not that they may be destroyed, but that they may be made new. Number 91. Tat. What then is the operation of life? Is it not motion? Number 92. Herm. And what is there in the world unmovable? Nothing at all, O Son. Number 93. Tat. Why doth not the earth seem immovable to thee, O Father? Number 94. Herm. No, but subject to many motions, though after a manner, it alone be stable. Number 95. What a ridiculous thing it were that the nurse of all things should be immovable, which beareth and bringeth forth all things. Number 96. For it is impossible that anything that bringeth forth should bring forth without motion. Number 97. And a ridiculous question it is, whether the fourth part of the whole be idle, for the word immovable or without motion signifies nothing else but idleness. Number 98. Know generally, O Son, that whatsoever is in the world is moved either according to augmentation or diminution. Number 99. But that which is moved liveth also. Yet it is not necessary that a living thing should be or continue the same. Number 100. For while the whole world is together, it is unchangeable, O Son, but all the parts thereof are changeable. Number 101. Yet nothing is corrupted or destroyed, and quite abolished, but the names trouble men. Number 102. For generation is not life, but sense, neither is change death, but forgetfulness, or rather occultation, and lying hid. Or better thus. Number 103. For generation is not a creation of life, but a production of things to sense, and making them manifest. Neither is change death, but an occultation of hiding of that which was. Number 104. These things being so, all things are immortal. Matter, life, spirit, soul, mind, whereof every living thing consisteth. Number 105. Every living thing therefore is immortal, because of the mind, but especially man, who both receiveth God and converseth with him. Number 106. For with this living wight alone is God familiar, in the night by dreams, in the day by symbols or signs. Number 107. And by all things doth he foretell him of things to come, by birds, by fowls, by the spirit or wind, and by an oak. 108. Wherefore also man professeth to know things that have been, things that are present, and things to come. Number 109. Consider this also, O son, that every other living creature goeth upon one part of the world, swimming things in the water, land wights upon the earth, flying fowls in the air. Number 110. But man useth all these, the earth, the water, the air, and the fire. Nay, he seeth and toucheth heaven by his senses. Number 111. But God is both about all things and through all things, for he both act and power. Number 112. And it is no hard thing, O son, to understand God. Number 113. And if thou wilt also see him, look upon the necessity of things that appear, and the providence of things that have been and are done. Number 114. See the matter being most full of life, and so great a God moved, with all good and fair, both gods and demons and men. Number 115. Tat. But these, O Father, are holy acts or operations. Number 116. Herm. If they be, therefore, holy acts or operations, O son, by whom are they acted or operated, but by God? Number 117. Or art thou ignorant, that as parts of the world are heaven and earth, and water and air, after the same manner the members of God are life and immortality, and eternity and spirit, and necessity and providence, and nature and soul, and mind, and the continuance or perseverance of all these which is called good. Number 118. And there is not anything of all that hath been, and all that is, where God is not. Number 119. Tat. What in matter, O Father? Number 120. Herm. The matter, son. What is it without God, that thou shouldst ascribe a proper place to it? Number 121. Or what dost thou think it to be? Peradventure, some heap that is not actuated or operated. Number 122. But if it be actuated, by whom is it actuated? For we have said that acts or operations are the parts of God. Number 123. By whom are all living things quickened? And the immortal, by whom are they immortalized? The things that are changeable, by whom are they changed? Number 124. Whether thou speak of matter or body or essence, know that all these acts are of God. Number 125. And that the act of matter is materiality, and of the body's corporality, and of essence essentiality, and this is God, the whole. Number 126. And in the whole there is nothing that is not God. Number 127. Wherefore about God there is neither greatness, place, quality, figure, or time, for he is all, and the all, through all, and about all. Number 128. This word, O Son, worship and adore, and the only service of God is not to be evil. The workman made this universal world, not with his hands, but with his word. Number 2. Therefore thus think of him as present everywhere, and being always, and making all things, and one above, that by his will hath framed the things that are. Number 3. For that is his body, not tangible, nor visible, nor measurable, nor extensible, nor like any other body. Number 4. For it is neither fire, nor water, nor air, nor wind, but all things are of him. For being good, he hath dedicated that name unto himself alone. Number 5. But he would also adorn the earth, but with the ornament of a divine body. Number 6. And he sent man, an immortal, and a mortal wight. Number 7. And man had more than all living creatures, and the world, because of his speech and mind. Number 8. For man became the spectator of the works of God, and wondered and acknowledged the Maker. Number 9. For he divided speech among all men, but not mind, and yet he envied not any. For envy comes not thither, but is abode here below in the souls of men that have not the mind. Number 10. Tat. But wherefore, Father, did not God distribute the mind to all men? Number 11. Hermes. Because it pleased him, O Son, to set that in the middle among all souls as a reward to strive for. Number 12. Tat. And where hath he set it? Number 13. Hermes. Filling a large cup or bowl therewith, he sent it down, giving also a crier or proclaimer. Number 14. And he commanded him to proclaim these things to the souls of men. Number 15. Dip and wash thyself. Thou art able in this cup or bowl. Thou that believest that thou shalt return to him that sent this cup, thou that acknowledgest whereunto thou wert made. Number 16. As many therefore as understood the proclamation, and were baptized or doused into the mind, these were made partakers of knowledge, and became perfect men, receiving the mind. Number 17. But as many as missed of the proclamation, they received speech, but not mind, being ignorant whereunto they were made, or by whom. Number 18. But their senses are just like to brute beasts, and having their temper in anger and wrath, they do not admire the things worthy of looking on. Number 19. But wholly addicted to the pleasures and desires of the body, they believe that man was made for them. Number 20. But as many as partake of the gift of God, these, O Tat, in comparison of their works, are rather immortal than mortal men. Number 21. Comprehending all things in their mind, which are upon earth, which are in heaven, and if there be anything above heaven. Number 22. And lifting up themselves so high, they see the good, and seeing it, they account it a miserable calamity to make their abode here. Number 23. And despising all things bodily and unbodily, they make haste to the one and only. Number 24. Thus, O Tat, is the knowledge of the mind, the beholding of divine things, and the understanding of God, the cup itself being divine. Number 25. Tat. And I, O Father, would be baptized and drenched therein. Number 26. Hermes. Except thou first hate thy body, O son, thou canst not love thyself. But loving thyself, thou shalt have the mind, and having the mind, thou shalt also partake the knowledge or science. Number 27. Tat. How meanest thou, O Father? Number 28. Hermes. Because it is impossible, O son, to be conversant about things mortal and divine. Number 29. For the things that are, being two bodies, and things incorporeal, wherein is the mortal and the divine, the election or choice of either is left to him that will choose, for no man can choose both. Number 30. And of whichsoever the choice is made, the other being diminished or overcome, magnifieth the act or operation of the other. Number 31. The choice of the better, therefore, is not only best for him that chooseth it, by defying man, but it also showeth piety and religion towards God. Number 32. But the choice of the worst destroys a man, but doth nothing against God, save that as pomps or pageants, when they come abroad, cannot do anything themselves but hinder. After the same manner also do these make pomps and pageants in the world, being seduced by the pleasures of the body. Number 33. These things being so, O Tat, that things have been and are so plenteously ministered to us from God, let them proceed also from us, without any scarcity or sparing. Number 34. For God is innocent or guiltless, but we are the causes of evil, preferring them before the good. Number 35. Thou seest, O son, how many bodies we must go beyond, and how many choirs of demons, and what continuity and courses of stars, that we may make haste to the one and only God. Number 36. For the good is not to be transcended, it is unbounded and infinite unto itself, without beginning, but unto us, seeming to have a beginning, even our knowledge of it. Number 37. For our knowledge is not the beginning of it, but shows us the beginning of its being known unto us. Number 38. Let us therefore lay hold of the beginning, and we shall quickly go through all things. Number 39. It is indeed a difficult thing to leave those things that are accustomable and present, and turn us to those things that are ancient and according to the original. Number 40. For these things that appear delight us, but make the things that appear not hard to believe, or the things that appear not are hard to believe. Number 41. The things most apparent are evil, but the good is secret or hidden, or to the things that appear, for it hath neither form nor figure. Number 42. For this cause it is like to itself, but unlike everything else, for it is impossible that anything incorporeal should be made known or appear to a body. Number 43. For this is the difference between the like and the unlike, and the unlike wanteth always somewhat of the like. Number 44. For the unity, beginning and root of all things, as being the root, and beginning. Number 45. Nothing is without a beginning, but the beginning is of nothing but of itself, for it is the beginning of all other things. Number 46. Therefore it is, seeing it is not from another beginning. Number 47. Unity therefore being the beginning, containeth very number, but itself is contained of none, and begetteth every number, itself being begotten of no other number. Number 48. Everything that is begotten or made is imperfect, and may be divided, increased, diminished. Number 49. But to the perfect there happeneth none of these. Number 50. And that which is increased by unity, but is consumed and vanished through weakness, being not able to receive the unity. Number 51. This image of God have I described to thee, O Tat, as well as I could, which if thou so diligently consider, and view by the eyes of thy mind, and hear, believe me, son, thou shalt find the way to things above, or rather, the image itself will lead thee. Number 52. But the spectacle or sight hath this peculiar and proper, them that can see and behold it, it holds fast and draws unto it, as they say the lodestone doth iron. Yesterday, Asclepius, I delivered a perfect discourse, but now I think it necessary, in suit of that, to dispute also of sense. Number 2. For sense and understanding seem to differ, because the one is material and the other essential. Number 3. But unto me they appear to be both one, or united, and not divided in men, I mean. Number 4. For in other living creatures, sense is united into nature, but in men to understanding. Number 5. But the mind differs from understanding, as much a God from divinity. Number 6. For divinity is from under God, and understanding from the mind, being the sister of the word, or speech, and they the instruments one of another. Number 7. For neither is the word pronounced without understanding, neither is understanding manifested without the word. Number 8. Therefore sense and understanding do both flow together into a man, as if they were enfolded one within the other. Number 9. For neither is it possible without sense to understand, nor can we have sense without understanding. Number 10. And yet it is possible, for the time being, that the understanding may understand without sense, as that they fancy visions in their dreams. Number 11. But it seems unto me that both the operations are in the visions of dreams, and that the sense is stirred up out of sleep into awakening. Number 12. For man is divided into a body and a soul. When both parts of the sense accord one with another, then is the understanding childed, or brought forth by the mind pronounced. Number 13. For the mind brings forth all intellections or understandings, good ones when it receiveth good seed from God, and the contrary when it receives them from devils. Number 14. For there is not part of the world void of the devil, which entering in privately sowed the seed of his own proper operation, and the mind did make pregnant, or did bring forth that which was sown. Adulteries, murders, striking of parents, sacrileges, impieties, stranglings, throwing down headlong and all other things, which are the work of evil demons. Number 15. And the seed of God are few, but great and fair and good, virtue and temperance and piety. Number 16. And the piety is the knowledge of God, whom whosoever knoweth, being full of all good things, hath divine understanding, and not like the many. Number 17. And therefore they that have that knowledge neither please the multitude, nor the multitude them, but they seem to be mad, and to move laughter, hatred, and despised, and many times also murdered. Number 18. For we have already said that wickedness must dwell here, being in her own region. Number 19. For her region is the earth, and not the world, as some will sometimes say, blaspheming. Number 20. But the godly or God-worshipping man, laying hold on knowledge, will despise or tread under all these things, for though they be evil to other men, yet to him all things are good. Number 21. And upon mature consideration, he refers all things to knowledge, and that which is most to be wondered at, he alone makes evil things good. Number 22. But I return again to my discourse of sense. Number 23. It is therefore a thing proper to man to communicate and conjoin sense and understanding. Number 24. But every man, as I said before, doth not enjoy understanding, for one man is material, another essential. Number 25. And he that is material with wickedness, as I said, received from the devils the seed of understanding. But they that are with good, essentially, are eared with God. Number 26. For God is the workman of all things, and when he worketh, he useth nature. Number 27. He maketh all things good, like himself. Number 28. But these things that are made good are in the use of operation unlawful. Number 29. For the motion of the world, stirring up generations, makes qualities, infesting some with evilness and purifying some with good. Number 30. And the world, Asclepius, hath a peculiar sense and understanding, not like to man's, nor so various or manifold, but a better and more simple. Number 31. For the sense and understanding of the world is one, in that it makes all things, and unmakes them again into itself, for it is the organ of instrument of the will of God. Number 32. And it is so organized or framed, and made for an instrument by God, that receiving all seeds into itself from God, and keeping them in itself, it maketh all things effectually, and dissolving them reneweth all things. Number 33. And therefore like a good husbandman of life, when things are dissolved or loosened, he affords, by the casting of seed, renovation to all things that grow. Number 34. There is nothing that it, the world, doth not beget or bring forth alive, and by its motion it makes all things alive. Number 35. And it is at once both the place and the workman of life. Number 36. But the bodies are from the matter in a different manner, for some are of earth, some of water, some of air, and some of fire, and all are compounded, but some are more compounded, and some are more simple. Number 37. They that are compounded are the heavier, and they that are less are the higher. Number 38. and the swiftness of the motion of the world makes the varieties of the qualities of generation, for the spiration of influence being most frequent, extendeth unto the body's qualities, with infulness which is of life. Number 39. Therefore, God is the Father of the world, but the world is father of the things in the world. Number 40. And the world is the son of God, but things in the world are the sons of the world. Number 41. And therefore it is well called the world, that is, an ornament, because it adorneth and beautifieth all things with the variety of generation and indeficiency of life, with the unweariedness of operation and the swiftness of necessity, with the mingling of elements and the order of things done. Number 42. Therefore it is necessarily and properly called the world. Number 43. For all living things, both the sense and the understanding, cometh into them from without, inspired by that which compasseth them about, and continueth them. Number 44. And the world receiving it once from God as soon as it was made, has it still, whatever it once had. Number 45. But God is not, as it seems to some who blaspheme through superstition, without sense, and without mind or understanding. Number 46. For all things that are, O Asclepius, are in God, and made by Him, and depend of Him, some working by bodies, some moving by a soul like essence, some quickening by a spirit, and some receiving the things that are weary, and all very fitly. Number 47. Or rather I say that He hath them not, but I declare the truth, He is all things, not receiving them from without, but exhibiting them outwardly. Number 48. And this is the sense and understanding of God, to move all things, all ways. Number 49. And there shall never be any time when any of these things that are shall fail or be wanting. Number 50. When I say the things that are, I mean God, for the things that are, God hath, and neither is there anything without Him, nor He without anything. Number 51. These things, O Asclepius, will appear to be true, if thou understand them, but if thou understand them not, incredible. Number 52. For to understand is to believe, but not to believe is not to understand. For my speech or words reach not unto the truth, but the mind is great, and being led or conducted for a while by speech, is able to attain to the truth. Number 53. And understanding all things round about, and finding them consonant and agreeable to those things that were delivered, and interrupted by speech, believeth, and in that good belief resteth. Number 54. To them therefore that understand the things that have been said of God, they are credible, but to them that understand them not, incredible. Number 55. And let these and thus many things be spoken concerning understanding and sense. Thou hast well explained these things, Father. Teach me furthermore these things, for thou sayest that science and art were the operations of the rational, but now thou sayest that beasts are unreasonable, and for want of reason, both are and are called brutes, so that by this reason it must needs follow that unreasonable creatures partake not of science or art, because they come short of reason. Number 2, Hermes. It must needs be so, son. Number 3. Tat. Why then, O Father, do we see some unreasonable living creatures use both science and art, as the pismires treasure up for themselves food against winter? The fowls of the air likewise make them nests, and four-footed beasts know their own dens. Number 4. These things they do, O Son, not by science or art, but by nature. For science and art are things that are taught, but none of these brute beasts are taught any of these things. Number 5. But these things being natural unto them are wrought by nature, whereas art and science do not happen unto all, but unto some. Number 6. As men are musicians, but not all, neither are all archers or huntsmen, or the rest, but some of them have learned something by the working of science or art. Number 7. After the same manner also, if some pismires did so, and some not, thou mightest well say they gather their food according to science and art. Number 8. But being they are all led by nature, and do the same thing, even against their wills, it is manifest they do not do it by science or art. Number 9. For operations, O Tat, being unbodily, are in bodies, and work by bodies. Number 10. Wherefore, O Tat, inasmuch as they are unbodily, thou must needs say, they are immortal. Number 11. But inasmuch as they cannot act without bodies, I say they are always in a body. Number 12. For those things that are to anything, or for the cause of anything, made subject to providence or necessity, cannot possibly remain idle of their own proper operation. Number 13. For that which is shall ever be, for both the body and the life of it is the same. Number 14. And by this reason it follows that the bodies also are always, because I affirm that this corporeity is always by the act and operation, or for them. Number 15. For although earthly bodies be subject to dissolution, yet these bodies must be the places, and the organs, and instruments of acts or operations. Number 16. But acts or operations are immortal, and that which is immortal is always in act, and therefore also corporification, if it be always. Number 17. Acts or operations do follow the soul, yet come not suddenly or promiscuously, but some of them come together with being made man, being about brutish or unreasonable things. Number 18. But the purer operations do insensibly, in the change of time, work with the oblique part of the soul. Number 19. And these operations depend upon bodies, and truly they that are corporifying come from the divine bodies into mortal ones. Number 20. But every one of them acteth both about the body and the soul, and are present with the soul, even without the body. Number 21. And they are always acts or operations, but the soul is not always in a mortal body, for it can be without a body, but acts or operations cannot be without bodies. Number 22. This is a sacred speech, son. The body cannot consist without a soul. Number 23. Tat. How meanest thou that, Father? Number 24. Hermes. Understand this, O Tat. When the soul is separated from the body, there remaineth that same body. Number 25. And this same body, according to the time of its abode, is actuated or operated in that it is dissolved and becomes invisible. Number 26. and these things the body cannot suffer without act or operation, and consequently there remaineth with the body the same act or operation. Number 27. This then is the difference between an immortal body and a mortal one, that the immortal one consists of one matter, and so doth not the mortal one, and the immortal one doth, but this suffereth. Number 28. And everything that acteth or operateth is stronger, and ruleth, but that which is actuated or operated is ruled. Number 29. And that which ruleth, directeth, and governeth as free, but the other is rules a servant. Number 30. Acts or operations do not only act or operate, living or breathing, or ensouled bodies, but also breathless bodies, or without souls, wood and stones and such like, increasing and bearing fruit, ripening, corrupting, rotting, putrefying and breaking, or working such like things, and whatsoever inanimate bodies can suffer. Number 31. Act or operation, O son, is called whatsoever is, or is made or done, and there are always many things made, or rather all things. Number 32. For the world is never widowed or forsaken of any of those things that are, but being always carried or moved in itself, it is in labor to bring forth the things that are, which shall never be left by it to corruption. Number 33. Let therefore every act or operation be understood to be always immortal, in what manner of body soever it be. Number 34. But some acts or operations be of divine, some of corruptible bodies, some universal, some peculiar, and some of the generals, and some of the parts of everything. Number 35. Divine acts or operations, therefore, there be in such as work or operate upon their proper bodies, and these also are perfect, and being upon or in perfect bodies. Number 36. Particular are they which work by any of the living creatures. Number 37. Proper be they that work upon any of the things that are. Number 38. By this discourse, therefore, O son, it is gathered that all things are full of acts or operations. Number 39. For if necessarily they be in every body, and that there be many bodies in the world, I may very well affirm that there may be many other acts or operations. Number 40. For many items in one body, there if one, and a second, and a third, besides these universal ones that follow. Number 41. And universal operations, I call them that are indeed bodily, and are done by the senses and motions. Number 42. For without these it is impossible that the body should consist. Number 43. But other operations are proper to the souls of men, by arts, sciences, studies, and actions. Number 44. The senses also follow these operations, or rather are but the effects or perfections of them. Number 45. Understand, therefore, O son, the difference of operations. It is sent from above. Number 46. But sense being in the body, and having its essence from it, when it receiveth act or operation, manifesteth it, making it as it were corporeal. Number 47. Therefore I say that the senses are both corporeal and mortal, having no such existence as the body, for they are born with the body and die with it. Number 48. But mortal things themselves have not sense, as not consisting of such an essence. Number 49. For sense can be of no other than a corporeal apprehension, either of evil or good, that comes to the body. Number 50. But to external bodies there is nothing comes, nothing departs, therefore there is no sense in them. Number 51. Tat. Doth the sense therefore perceive or apprehend in every body? Number 52. Hermes. In every body, O son. Number 53. Tat. And do the acts or operations work in all things? Number 54. Hermes. Even in things inanimate, O son, but there are differences of senses. Number 55. For the senses of things rational are with reason, of things unreasonable, corporeal only. But the senses of things inanimate are passive only, according to augmentation and diminution. Number 56. But passion and sense depend both upon one head, or height, and are gathered together into the same by acts or operations. Number 57. But in living whites there be two other operations that follow the sense and passion, to wit, grief and pleasure. Number 58. And without these it is impossible that a living white, especially a reasonable one, should perceive or apprehend. Number 59. And therefore I say that these are the ideas of passions that bear rule, especially in reasonable living whites. Number 60. The operations work indeed, but the senses do declare and manifest the operations, and they, being bodily, are moved into the brutish parts of the soul. Therefore I say, they are both maleficial or doers of evil. Number 61. For that which affords the sense to rejoice with pleasure is straightway the cause of many evils happening to him that suffers it. Number 62. But sorrow gives stronger torments and anguish. Therefore, doubtless, they are both maleficial. Number 63. The same may be said of the sense of the soul. Number 64. Tat. Is not the soul incorporeal and the sense a body, father? Or is it rather in the body? Number 65. Hermes. If we put it in a body, O son, we shall make it like the soul, or the operations, for these being unbodily, we say are in bodies. Number 66. But sense is neither operation nor soul, nor anything else that belongs to the body, but as we have said, and therefore it is not incorporeal. Number 67. And if it not be incorporeal, it must needs be a body, for we always say that of things that are, some are bodies, and some incorporeal. Of truth, O Tat, it is not possible that man, being an imperfect white, compounded of imperfect members, and having his tabernacle consisting of different and many bodies, should speak with any confidence. Number 2. But as far as it is possible and just, I say, that truth is only in eternal bodies, whose very bodies are also true. Number 3. The fire is fire itself only, and nothing else. The earth is earth itself, and nothing else. The air is air itself, and nothing else. The water, water itself, and nothing else. Number 4. But our bodies consist of all of these, for they have of the fire, they have of the earth, they have of the water and air, and yet there is neither fire, nor earth, nor water, nor air, nor anything true. Number 5. And if at the beginning our constitution had not truth, how could men either see the truth, or speak it, or understand it, only except God would? Number 6. All things therefore upon earth, O Tat, are not truth, but imitations of the truth, and yet not all things either, for they are but few that are so. Number 7. But the other things are falsehood and deceit, O Tat, and opinions, like the images of the fancy of appearance. Number 8. And when the fancy hath an influence from above, then it is an imitation of truth, but without the operations from above, it is left a lie. Number 9. And as an image shows the body described, and yet it is not the body of that which is seen, as it seems to be. And it is seen to have eyes, but it sees nothing, and ears, but it hears nothing at all, and all other things hath the picture, but they are false, deceiving the eyes of the beholder, whilst they think they see the truth, and yet they are indeed but lies. Number 10. As many therefore as see not falsehood, see the truth. Number 11. If therefore we do so understand, and see every one of those things as it is, then we see and understand true things. Number 12. But if we see or understand anything besides, or otherwise, than that which is, we shall neither understand nor know the truth. Number 13. Tat. Is truth therefore upon earth, O Father? Number 14. Hermes. Thou dost not miss the mark, O Son. Truth indeed is nowhere at all upon earth, O Tat, for it cannot be generated or made. Number 15. But concerning the truth, it may be that some men, to whom God will give the good seeing power, may understand it. Number 16. So that unto the mind and reason there is nothing true indeed upon earth. Number 17. But unto the true mind and reason all things are fancies, or appearances and opinions. Number 18. Tat. Must we not, therefore, call it truth, to understand and speak the things that are? Number 19. Hermes. But there is nothing true upon earth. Number 20. Tat. How then is this true, that we do not know anything true? How can that be done here? Number 21. Hermes. O Son, truth is the most perfect virtue, and the highest good itself, not troubled by matter, not encompassed by a body, naked, clear, unchangeable, venerable, unalterable good. Number 22. But the things that are here, O Son, are visible, incapable of good, corruptible, passable, dissolvable, changeable, continually altered, and made of another. Number 23. The things, therefore, that are not true to themselves, how can they be true? Number 24. For everything that is altered is a lie, not abiding in what it is, but being changed it shows us always other and other appearances. Number 25. Tat. Is not man true, O Father? Number 26. Hermes. As far forth as he is a man, he is not true, Son. For that which is true hath of itself alone its constitution, and remains and abides according to itself, such as it is. Number 27. But man consists of many things, and doth not abide of himself, but is turned and changed age after age, idea after idea, or form after form, and this while he is yet in the tabernacle. Number 28. And many have not known their own children after a little while, and many children likewise have not known their own parents. Number 29. Is it then possible, O Tat, that he who is so changed as is not to be known should be true? No. On the contrary, he is falsehood, being in many appearance of changes. Number 30. But do thou understand the truth to be that which abides the same, and is eternal? But man is not ever therefore not true, but man is a certain appearance, and appearance is the highest lie of falsehood. Number 31. Tat. But these eternal bodies, Father, are they not true, though they be changed? Number 32. Hermes. Everything that is begotten or made and changed is not true, but being made by our progenitor, they might have had true matter. Number 33. But these also have in themselves something that is false in regard to their change. Number 34. For nothing that remains not in itself is true. Number 35. Tat. What shall one say then, Father, that only the Son, which besides the nature of other things is not changed, but abides in itself, is truth? Number 36. Hermes. It is truth, and therefore is he only entrusted with the workmanship of the world, ruling and making all things, whom I do both honor and adore his truth, and after the one and first I acknowledge him, the workman. Number 37. Tat. What therefore doth thou affirm to be the first truth, O Father? Number 38. Hermes. The one and only one, O Tat, that is not of matter, that is not in a body, that is without color, without figure or shape, immutable, unalterable, which always is, but falsehood, O Son, is corrupted. Number 39. And corruption hath laid hold upon all things on earth, and the providence of the true encompasseth and will encompass them. Number 40. For without corruption there can be no generation consist. Number 41. For corruption followeth every generation, that it may again be generated. Number 42. For those things that are generated must of necessity be generated of those things that are corrupted, and the things generated must needs be corrupted, and the generation of things being may not stand still or cease. Number 43. Acknowledge therefore the first workman by the generation of things. Number 44. Consequently, the things that are generated of corruption are false, as being sometimes one thing, sometimes another. For it is impossible they should be made the same things again, and that which is not the same, how is it true? Number 45. Therefore, O Son, we must call these things fancies or appearances. Number 46. And if we will give a man his right name, we must call him the appearance of manhood, and a child the fancy or appearance of a child, an old man the fancy or appearance of an old man, a young man the appearance of a young man, and a man of ripe age the appearance of a man of ripe age. Number 47. For neither is a man, nor a child, nor a young man, nor an old man, an old man. Number 48. But the things that pre-exist and that are, being changed, are false. Number 49. These things understand thus, O Son, that these false operations, having their dependence from above, even of the truth itself. Number 50. Which being so, I do affirm that falsehood is the work of the truth. The end of the 15th book of Truth to his son Tat. The 16th book, that none of the things that are can perish. Hermes. We must now speak of the soul and body, O son. After that manner the soul is immortal, and one operation that is, which constitutes the body and dissolves it. Number 2. But in none of these is death, for it is a conception of a name, which is either an empty word, or else it is wrongly called death, by taking away the first letter instead of immortal. Number 3. For death is destruction, but there is nothing in the whole world that is destroyed. Number 4. For if the world be a second God, and an immortal living wight, it is impossible that any part of an immortal living wight should die. Number 5. But all things that are in the world are members of the world, especially man, the reasonable living wight. Number 6. For the first of all is God, the eternal, the unmade, and the workman of all things. Number 7. The second is the world, made by him, after his own image, and by him holden together, and nourished, and immortalized, and as from its own Father, ever living. Number 8. So that as immortal, it is ever living, and ever immortal. Number 9. For that which is ever living differs from that which is eternal. Number 10. For the eternal was not begotten, or made by another, and if it were begotten or made, yet it was made by itself, nor by any other, but it is always made. Number 11. For the eternal, as it is eternal, is the universe. Number 12. For the Father himself is eternal of himself, but the world was made by the Father, ever living and immortal. Number 13. And as much matter as there was laid up by him, the Father made it all into a body, and swelling it, made it round like a sphere, endued it with quality, being itself immortal, and having eternal materiality. Number 14. The Father, being full of ideas, sowed qualities in the spheres, and shut them up as in a circle, deliberating to beauty with every quality, that which afterwards should be made. Number 15. Then clothing the universal body with immortality, lest the matter, if it would depart from this composition, should be dissolved into its own disorder. Number 16. For when the matter was incorporated, O son, it was disordered, and it hath here the same confusion daily revolved about other little things, endued with qualities, in point of augmentation and diminution, which men call death, being indeed a disorder happening about earthly living wights. Number 17. For the bodies of heavenly things have one order, which they have received from the Father at the beginning, and is by the insaturation of each of them kept indissoluble. Number 18. For the instaturation of earthly bodies is their consistence, and their dissolution restores them into indissoluble. That is immortal. Number 19. And so there is made a privation of sense, but not a destruction of bodies. Number 20. Now the third living wight is man, made after the image of the world, and having by the will of the Father a mind above earthly wights. Number 21. and he hath not only a sympathy with the second God, but also an understanding of the first. Number 22. For the second God he apprehends as a body, but the first he understands as incorporeal, and the mind of the good. Number 23. Tat. And doth not this living white perish? Number 24. Hermes. Speak advisedly, O son, and learn what God is, what the world, what an immortal white, and what a dissolvable one is. Number 25. And understand that the world is of God, and in God, but man of the world, and in the world. Number 26. The beginning and end, and consistence of all, is God. Because my son, Tat, in thy absence, would needs learn the nature of the things that are, he would not suffer me to give over, as coming very young to the knowledge of every individual, till I was forced to discourse to him many things at large, that his contemplation might, from point to point, be more easy and successful. Number 2. But to thee I have thought good to write in few words, choosing out the principal heads of the things then spoken, and to interpret them more mystically, because thou hast both more years and more knowledge of nature. Number 3. All things that appear were made and are made. Number 4. Those things that are not made by themselves, but by another. Number 5. And there may be many things made, but especially all things that appear, and which are different, and not like. Number 6. If the things that be made and done by another, there must be one that must make and do them, and he unmade, and more ancient than the things that are made. Number 7. For I affirm the things that are made to be made by another, and it is impossible that of the things that are made any should be more ancient than all, but only that which is not made. Number 8. He is stronger and one, and only knowing all things indeed, as not having anything more ancient than himself. Number 9. For he bears rule, both over multitude and greatness, and the diversity of the things that are made, and the continuity of the facture and of the operation. Number 10. Moreover, the things that are made are visible, but he is invisible. For this cause he maketh them, and he may be visible, and therefore he makes them always. Number 11. Thus it is fit to understand, and understanding to admire, and admiring to think thyself happy, that knowest thy natural father. Number 12. For what is sweeter than a natural father? Number 13. Who therefore is this, or how shall we know him? Number 14. Or is it just to ascribe unto him alone the title and appellation of God, or of the Maker, or of the Father, or all three? That of God because of his power, the Maker because of his working and operation, and the Father because of his goodness. Number 15. For power is different from the things that are made, but act or operation in that all things are made. Number 16. Wherefore, letting go all much and vain talking, we must understand these two things, that which is made, and him which is the maker. For there is nothing in the middle between these two, nor is there any third. Number 17. Therefore, understanding all things, remember these two, and think that these are all things, putting nothing into doubt, neither of the things above, nor of the things below, neither of things changeable, nor things that are in darkness or secret. Number 18. For all things are but two things, that which maketh and that which is made, and the one of them cannot depart or be divided from the other. Number 19. For neither is it possible that the maker should be without the thing made, for either of them is the selfsame thing. Therefore cannot the one of them be separated from the other, no more than a thing can be separated from itself. Number 20. For if he that makes be nothing else but that which makes alone, simple, uncompounded, it is of necessity that he makes the same thing to himself, to whom it is the generation of him that maketh to be also all that is made. Number 21. For that which is generated or made must necessarily be generated or made by another, but without the maker, that which is made neither is made nor is, for the one of them without the other has lost his proper nature by the privation of the other. Number 22. So if these two be confessed, that which maketh and that which is made, they are one, in union, this going before and that following. Number 23. And that which goeth before is God the Maker, and that which follows is that which is made, be it what it will. Number 24. And let no man be afraid because of the variety of things that are made or done, lest he should case an aspersion of baseness or infamy upon God, for it is the only glory of him to do or make all things. Number 25. And this making or facture is as it were the body of God, and to him that maketh or doth, there is nothing evil or filthy to be imputed, and there is nothing thought evil or filthy. Number 26. For these are passions that follow generation, as rust doth copper, or as excrements to the body. Number 27. But neither did the coppersmith make the rust, nor the maker of the filth, nor God the evilness. Number 28. But the vicissitude of generation doth make them, as it were, to blossom out, and for this cause did make change to be, as one should say, the purgation of generation. Number 29. Moreover, it is lawful for the same painter to make both heaven and the gods, and the earth, and the sea, and men, and brute beasts, and inanimate things, and trees. And is it impossible for God to make these things? Oh, the great madness and ignorance of men in things that concern God. Number 30. For men that think so suffer that which is most ridiculous of all. For professing to bless and praise God, yet in not ascribing to him the making or doing of all things, they know him now. Number 31. And besides their not knowing him, they are extremely impious against him, attributing unto him passions as pride or oversight, or weakness or ignorance or envy. Number 32. For if he doth not make or do all things, he is either proud, or not able, or ignorant or envious, which is impious to infirm. Number 33. For God hath only one passion, namely, good. And he that is good is neither proud, nor impotent, nor the rest, but God is good itself. Number 34. For good is all power, to do or make all things, and everything that is made by God, that is by the good, and that can make or do all things. Number 35. Then see how he maketh all things, and how the things are done that are done. And if thou wilt learn, thou mayest see an image thereof, very beautiful and like. Number 36. Look upon the husbandman, how he casteth seeds into the earth, here wheat, there barley, and elsewhere some other seeds. Number 37. Look upon the same man, planting a vine or an apple tree, or a fig tree, or some other tree. Number 38. So doth God in heaven, so immortality in the earth, change in the whole life and motion. Number 39. And these things are not many, but few, and easily numbered, for they are all but four, God and generation, in which are all things.